Let's dive into the world of history, where we immediately learn that the main character is the last member of the imperial Alper family. The main character's father is the majestic emperor who was once murdered. Grief certainly wouldn't have changed anything, but the daughter mourned her father as appropriate. Then he tells us about the younger brother, the trash, a young man full of life. The next fact will be quite impartial. It turns out he has become a real womanizer, which remained until the last moment, but just like his father, he was murdered. But at the same time, it is known that the brother was also subordinated to the main character's fiancé. Looking at the hated young man with a growl, the girl asks why the hell they want to leave her alive. And his mockingly answer is that it is all because she is destined to see the end of this empire. The purple-haired girl glances sideways, directing her attention to the treacherous occultist. Someone hidden in a hood is watching her, only scarlet eyes shining in the darkness of the shadow. These occultists only became known after countless wars. Seeing a traitor like them around, everything fits the whole story. The girl sinks into memories, trying to recall how everything started with the murder of her loved ones. It all began with an assassination attempt on the emperor's father on his brother's birthday. It seemed the plan had failed, and the emperor was only wounded. But it turned out to be a mistake. There was poison on the assassin's knife, so a slight wound was enough for the assassination attempt to succeed. The name of the poison was given long ago by the occultists, witches' tear. It seemed that the occultists and witches had long since disappeared, however. This poison was involved, and their intervention was carried out by the will of the creator. The protagonist shouts at her interlocutors with a broken voice and asks if they are to blame for her father's death and for her brother's change. The silence is not broken, so the girl asks again if that is their doing. The occultist suddenly smiles and wonders what difference this will make. The night designated as the treacherous fiancé signals with his hand. The girl is surrounded by guards. They are ready to attack. But the main character scoffs and asks if they really thought she would just give up. The purple-haired girl reaches behind her neck and pulls out a certain pendant with an artifact. We see that the occultist gets scared when he sees the artifact, and the girl only smiles wider. This relic belonged to the first emperor according to legend. You can make a wish and sacrifice your life. The girl raises the sword and the artifact in an attack she plans to inflict upon herself. The risk is justified by the motivation to preserve honor or to fulfill the plan. Even though they are trying to restrain the occultist, he tries to break free to interfere. But the main character still achieves her plan and stabs herself with the sword. The artifact lets out a crunch and breaks into pieces. A bright light bursts out of it. A column of light also erupts from the wounded girl's chest, and the question of the true wish arises. There is only one possible answer to this for a representative of a fallen empire. I want to correct a mistake. Clutching and squeezing the artifact in her fist, she turns the precious ruby into ashes. She asks what mistake, and in response they say they want to correct her younger brother's mistake. She feels it is important to indicate to Thier the important, correct, and necessary direction. She believes that the changes in him and his passion for girls influenced his fate. Of course, he believes she should have been on his side, no matter what happened. The voice in response says that it understood. The violet-haired girl is surprised. It seems not everything is said yet. They only say that the wish will be granted. She imagines her brother's face, and there is obvious panic inside her from what she hears. Then in a flash, she sees Thier's smile. The main character tries to explain that this is not a wish. But everything is already decided and accepted. It is too late to change anything. It is too late. Light streams through the thin curtains, and the breeze playfully sways them. Breakfast with delicious desserts is already served. All that remains is to call the lady. But perhaps she is already here, because we notice a carefully grasped cup and saucer. An even more demanding voice completely pulls you out of happiness in a chair. There is a girl who clearly does not expect to be here. One of the maids politely asks her if she doesn't like the smell or taste of the tea. The girl cannot utter a word. She is trying to regain her senses, to realize where she is. But by sheer willpower, she quickly recovers, lifts the cup, holding it more firmly, and denies that anything is wrong. We find out that this is the heroine of our tale. We now see her in a different light. We learn that the main character's name is Regina B. Alper. She is the princess of the Ilia's empire. The only problem is that the girl returned not only to her body, but also to the time when she was 15 years old. At first, of course, Regina wanted to leave everything and run away from here. Forget it. But responsibility does not allow this to be done. She is still a princess of a great empire. There is a duty. While some strange sounds are happening behind her, the princess only lets out a sigh of exhaustion. She truly has a duty to fulfill. She cannot give up. As the heir of the Alper family, she must find the traitors and restore justice. But perhaps the most important thing will be to fulfill the motives of the formulated wish. It's time to meet her brother, for which she takes a custom bat. In the following narration, we notice flashbacks where the bustle of servants occurs. We also see the very young Princess Regina standing next to the bed, watching her mother give birth. The torment and difficult labor completely exhausted the already fragile mother, Lady Sylvia. Everything was dedicated to the birth of Thear. The mother's last wish was for her to take care of her little brother. It was after the last request, and the mother closing her eyes, that the father burst into the room. He wasn't present at the labor due to prejudice, and so he had to wait outside the room. So he couldn't even say goodbye to his wife or hear her last words. Lady Sylvia left him forever, without saying goodbye and leaving him with the children. It was such pain that it was hard to accept. As a result, he got angry at his only daughter for being with Sylvia instead of him. Cruelly and unfairly, the emperor placed all the blame on an innocent child. In short, by doing so he found a scapegoat, because at that moment it made him feel better. But the very next moment, the emperor approaches the cradle and takes the baby into his arms. On the other hand, Regina considered it a miracle that she, and not her little brother, was to blame. After all, it was precisely because of the difficult birth that her mother left the world, giving all her strength for the sake of his appearance. The love for Thear became limitless. Absolutely everything was forgiven him, without exception. It was this attitude that turned the boy into a notorious trash prince in the future. Her father's attention towards Regina was limited, but the situation changed slightly when she was 12 years old. He then summoned his daughter for an audience for the first time, which caused unreal excitement. The girl entered her father's office and smiled shyly, expecting to see what the beloved man wanted to say. But suddenly, the emperor, in a cold and indifferent tone, announces that Regina is engaged. The girl begins to tremble, crosses her arms, and seems scared, trying to object. But a man abruptly interrupts her and realizes that only the emperor is here, and the princess. Thus, raising a wall between them, there can be no father from now on. And daughter. Soon the girl met her fiancé, Herman Sylvike, a handsome young man with blue hair, a representative of the ducal family, which is one of the most important at the level of imperial power. The princess had no other options, so she accepted the engagement proposal. It is unknown whether it was simply a fateful influence or not, that is all. At that moment, all the girl's thoughts were occupied with her younger brother's mischief. His antics continued over and over again, and in the end, they had to remove him from the academy where he studied earlier than planned. But when Thear was returning to the palace, an accident occurred and his carriage fell into the water. And no matter what happened, no matter how unpleasant the prince was, the older sister had strong, warm feelings towards him. After a long sleep in bed, Thear finally opens his eyes. A girl with a face soaked in tears looks at him happily and calls him by name. The prince apologizes to her and looks at her with a slight but tired smile. Needless to say, Regina is surprised by such a drastic change in her brother's behavior. Thear squeezes his sister's hand and promises not to cause any trouble. It seems this happened because of the accident. The girl complains about her own stupidity for taking this as truth when he fought with anyone 180 times. After all, intuition suggested that something was strange, something was wrong. The point is, she wanted to believe that Thera really intended to change. Every day was worse, a real bastard who gave away the family wealth to scammers. His attitude worsened every day, communication was difficult. Of course, Regina realized that everything was going to hell, but she could not correctly assess the magnitude of the tragedy. On the night of Prince Thea's 17th birthday, the emperor was murdered. He died too suddenly. Without the opportunity to properly mourn her father, the princess had to sit on the throne until the youngest heir's term arrived. Then the entire weight of the empire fell upon Regina's fragile shoulders without her consent. Since the princess lacked proper preparation for this, that burden was hard to bear. There were many questions about how such a strong and resilient man as the emperor left the world in just one night. What about Hermann, who was considered the promised fiancé Hermann who should be by her side? At that time, rumors were circulating that he was being unfaithful to her and having an affair with another woman. In addition, I had to deal with my brother's debts, which grew like a snowball. The only salvation was that we should have waited a little longer, been patient. It was only necessary to wait for the moment when the time for the younger brother's coronation arrived. That day, Regina was able to transfer the crown and the responsibility for the entire empire into her hands. Only on the day of the coronation, when Thea turned 18, did everything not go according to plan. Hermann cut off the head of the recently deceased emperor with a swing of his sword. Regina stares horrified at Dior's body. Not understanding what happened, it is difficult to comprehend. But Hermann looks at her coldly and arrogantly and reports that the Ilia's empire has been destroyed. The girl runs to her brother's body, sobbing and calling his name, while her fiancé causes a disturbance. Sitting while having her hair done, the princess decides that she will not allow disturbances in the future and, of course, she will take care of her brother first. She decides that the errand boy's behavior should be changed to that of a future tyrant. The maid who came with the bath asks about her mood and says it has improved. Then Regina reports that she has found a solution to a problem. The maids smile and admit that this is good. One of the maids reports that the head maid was worried about the princess. The aforementioned tries to ignore it, but a certain warrior intervenes, confirming the information about concern for the mistress. Regina suddenly starts thinking, trying to figure out the future. Everyone who now communicates calmly and pleasantly with her during the riots gave their lives for their mistress. Therefore, this time, the princess makes a promise to protect them and asks one of the maids if one knows how to control scoundrels. But suddenly, an offer arrives for you to become scum that everyone will be afraid of. The princess easily confirms that everything is correct as it should be. The redhead looks at the head maid, noticing her excitement. Suddenly, Regina declares that she is ready to become trash, having lost her mind for love. A loud shout literally shakes the vaults of the hall. The prince demands another dish be brought. Thea overturns a plate of meat and glasses of drinks and shouts that the last dish is not as disgusting as the current one. Regina explains that in order to be more trash than her brother, she started observing his behavior. The mere realization that her brother could become an example of something makes the girl tremendously happy. It took several long days of careful study of Thea's behavior. After this, the princess drew up her own set of rules on how to become trash. The first rule was to always think only of your own interests, only care about yourself. Rule number 2 was that one should not think about what the final consequences will be. Ironically, this was one of the princess's main concerns. But it is not particularly fun that her toys were the first object that could be thrown into the trash. The third rule was greed. No matter how lavish the reception, the trash prince still retained his status. Biting the tip of her pen, the girl wonders where she should start doing things. The princess realizes that no matter how hard she tries, she will hardly be able to equal her brother. The abrupt changes in Thea's character occurred precisely when he was 15 years old. It was now clear that that sudden accident was in the occultist's plans. Holding the thin porcelain handle of the cup, the girl believes she should avoid the accident and learn more about the occultists. Taking a sip, the princess asks the maids with a smile if they think she will be able to endure it. The head maid clearly recovers and carefully selects the words she says. Signy says that her mistress manages with any goal she sets. But one suddenly interrupts. Clearly worried and trembling slightly, the girl decides to ask why the lady is behaving this way. The head maid immediately yells at her. Only one complains and explains that the princess is simply acting strangely. In an attempt to protect the girl, Signy reveals that she doesn't know what she is saying. The head maid demands that one apologize, which she does, choking on tears. But Regina interrupts them and says that she understands the situation and why it happened. This situation arose because the princess, who previously only cared about others, specifically about her brother, started talking and worrying about his feelings. Of course, the girl understands, admittedly. She says out loud that she enjoys worrying about herself. The maids exhale and feel tenderness from the deepest affection for their mistress. Regina smiles at them, as if about to say something more, but suddenly they hear footsteps outside the door. And the very next moment, the young prince bursts into the princess's chambers and shamelessly asks what she received a couple of days ago. There is no long pause. The older sister doesn't seem willing to jump up and please the guest. Without waiting for a reaction, the boy extends his hand and demands to be given the object she received. The girl looks at the hand and then at her brother and decides that this seems like the best moment to start her strategy. Instead of fulfilling his whim, the princess notices rude behavior from him. Thera certainly didn't expect this. He was used to completely obeying any request or order. He starts shouting with bright insults, demanding the order be carried out to return what he received. But the girl simply complains about where he got those words while advising him to shut his mouth. His gaze is demanding, threatening. Thea is really not used to being rejected himself. But Regina does not intend to be timid before such a gaze. She looks coldly and impenetrably. The prince has an unflattering opinion of his sister. He thinks she is a hypocrite. That sooner or later she will obey the order about himself, no matter how kind she is. But something changed. The older sister stopped obeying him and being convenient for him. This discovery was a shock for the future emperor, who was used to something different. The gaze directed at him exuded coldness and disgust. That help was gone. The sister dared to ignore Thea, which seemed strange and outrageous to him. Therefore, he decides to visit her again and put her in her place. Regina compares this behavior to the fact that the prince is like a drunkard. He gets enraged and curses. The brother tries to get attention when he says they were going to talk to him. He warns them not to be slack-jawed. Thea expects that if he continues to cause a fuss, they will give him what he asks for, and she will give up. Only at this moment does Regina mentally leave a note about the new fourth rule of the scum. Do whatever they want, and the princess addresses her brother with no less rudeness. Looking him in the eyes, she wonders where his manners are. Maybe he was skipping classes or deliberately attending scum classes, which puts him in a stupor. Grinning from ear to ear, squinting her eyes with pleasure, the girl calls him a stupid brat. After this, all the servants are surprised, and there is an obvious uproar and a fight with overturned chairs. In the next scene, both authors of the scandal meet in audience with the emperor. It seems he wasn't prepared for his daughter's behavior and that she would fight with her son. Looking up, the man asks if it is true that the princess threw a chair at her brother. But in response, there is no shame or embarrassment, nor admission of guilt, only a smile. And a positive response. Getting an audience with the emperor is not easy, but she quickly gathered enough to hurt her son. The father had always refused to grant his daughter an audience and paid her no attention during joint meals. This is the best time to make it clear, to show it to the emperor. The fact that he will no longer see the meekness and shyness of the princess is not true. From now on, she will be different. From now on, Regina will show him how unbearable she can be. Precisely for this reason, she reports that she threw the chair only because it was nearby, making it clear that she has become even more trash than the emperor's son. Such a statement makes the emperor's hair stand on end, and he opens his mouth in shock. Thier, sitting next to his sister, asks with vowels and doesn't know how to react. And the girl just laughs and comments that she would like to throw the table, but it turned out to be too heavy. Absolutely without changing her face or expressing guilt, she reports that the chair was exactly the height of the empire's youngest heir. The emperor grinds his teeth and asks if his daughter understands what she has done. But Regina interrupts him and explains that she threw a chair at the heir of the Ilia's empire. They stare at each other, father and daughter, and neither plans to yield and give up their positions. Suddenly, it is the emperor who looks away and laments not having given an answer. Then the girl says that the emperor is only now getting interested, but that this is not the first time Thier himself has mocked his sister. The boy looks timidly at the girl. She had never tried to complain about him before. But Regina does not try to hide her smile, she shows it openly. The princess says that she will no longer tolerate it as before. That is the statement. After the rebirth, the princess will no longer allow such an attitude towards herself. She will not accept the blame for her mother's death. In general, no one is to blame for this. Neither the son nor the daughter should bear this burden. Previously, the princess could not understand why she was obliged to bear the blame for this. But now she realizes that this responsibility no longer rests on her shoulders. Looking directly into her father's eyes, she says she wants to ask a counter question. The point is, although the emperor is aware that by doing so, the prince is making things worse for himself. Why not strive to do something about something that causes indignation in Thier? Blushing, the boy jumps up from his seat, clearly feeling embarrassed and ashamed. But the girl is not distracted by this, and the emperor realizes that Thier is just a child. Upon hearing this, the heir to the empire, unable to contain his emotions, runs out of the room and does not answer the call. Regina focuses her attention on the unfortunate one, clearly expressing her disagreement with this. She cruelly asks if this attitude is because he lost his mother after birth, because the next heir has not yet been officially determined. Even before the main character's rebirth, it was Thier who ascended the throne at the emperor's behest and died after the rebellion. Now, Regina realizes that there are two unfortunate children who lost their mother. The emperor looks at his daughter in shock, not expecting such an attack from the princess. But this time he still asks why the imperial law was not repealed. The emperor jumps up and shouts if imperial laws mean anything to her. And the girl realizes that her father can only cancel them if he asks for it. After all, no matter how important the law is, the princess starts shouting. When his daughter asks him such a complicated question, the man freezes. And he is in no hurry to answer. He clenches his fist in anger and comments that she is becoming insolent with such questions. But Regina turns her head with a snort and warns that she will continue to be insolent. The father is very surprised by this. He wonders if she has really been thinking about something like this for so long. He wonders if she didn't realize that he wasn't the only one who lost Sylvia that day. And today is the day the emperor truly hears this hysterical voice for the first time. Getting up from his seat, the man seems to feel something changing inside him. Regina calmly points out that she doesn't want fights and does not plan to fight for a place on the throne. The emperor takes his seat, while the princess decides not to treat him like a father. She has already chosen the path. Therefore, following the path of scum, she will treat him like an emperor. Therefore, despite the attempt to interrupt, the girl declares that she will live as she pleases, and that in the end, she will leave the palace. Realizing, moreover, that she will continue to take care of the unpleasant boy Thier and make him a worthy heir. No matter what, she loved and will love. She decided that she would prevent the uprising and save her brother. These were her thoughts at that moment. The girl clearly had a goal for the future. Moreover, she informs the emperor that she will leave this place and refuse to inherit the throne. This is a clear blow. Once again, the emperor doesn't know how to respond to this. Extending his hand, the man calls her by name and tries to stop such cruel words. Stopping at the door, the girl realizes that the father and daughter are no longer here. For the moment, only the emperor and the princess are in this office, words from the past. She speaks more cheerfully about her brother's new fencing teacher and states that he will also be present. The emperor gloomily reports that she is free to do as she pleases. The princess leaves the office. We see that the man is clearly sad. It seems that he has now realized what he has done. Previously, the daughter, despite the attitude towards herself and the harsh actions of the emperor, called him father, but not anymore. Now the princess has erected a new wall between them, with her own hands. Lamenting, the emperor only now realizes that he ruined everything himself. We see the beautiful vaults of the palace, the golden decoration, beautiful angels in the niches. There is an obvious correspondence between the princess and the servant. The emperor's request is rejected for the nth time. By the way, the father began to pay attention to Regina, to greet her, and increase the time of their meals. This caused absolute bewilderment. Why do this after what happened before? The protagonist appears before us, dressed in comfortable training gear, consisting of a shirt and trousers, and with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Touching her long hair, the girl remembers that she cut it during the war so it wouldn't bother her. She thought that since they were a weak point, she should become stronger. We have before us a new person, Aaron Westein, the second of the sons of the major Westein duchy. Egil Westein, the first son and heir of the Westein family, would become the future governor of the East. As for Aaron, who is now 18, this is what we learn. His swordsmanship skills are as good as his facial beauty, and he is popular with women. As a result, he received many marriage proposals, but all were rejected. It can be judged that he is not interested in marriage. The heir of the duchy is on the border, and rarely appears in the capital. Upon hearing this, Regina thinks to herself that for the chosen tactic, she should choose that very special one. Of course, it is worth noting here that the hated Herman is moving along a similar line. And while the princess was talking about the candidate, the maid Yuna kept chatting about that Aaron. Since the protagonist did not meet this guy in her past life, she forgot about the existence of the second son of the Bistains. Regina addresses the senior maid and clarifies if Aaron is prepared to teach fencing to the empire's youngest heir. In response, she stated that despite his minority, his fame reached all sides of the empire. The truth adds that almost all swordsmen who could be useful fled from them. There is no other way. Thura needs training. They have already changed 6 teachers. She needs to address the Duke with a request. This fact may not be pleasant, but it is an excellent opportunity for Regina's plan. Walking through the palace, the princess notes that she has returned at an important time, and very advantageous. Smiling, she points out that her brother will be late, and there will be time for her own matters. She recalls how the knight Johan commented in a past life that he regretted that the princess had not studied fencing since childhood. She may not have defeated the rebels, but she definitely acquired some skills. Now she has 10 years left, time during which the main character can become more skilled in this. These skills will definitely be useful to her and her goals in the future. The voice of the head maid snaps her out of her thoughts. Aaron has arrived. Not expecting anything special, the girl turns around, honoring the guest with attention. But then the violet eyes widen in amazement at what she sees. The gold of the stranger's hair catches the eye. The wind moves it, and it seems to emit light. The young man's face is truly beautiful, worthy of the reported popularity. And the scarlet eyes completely make you lose the ability to think seriously. And breathe. This blonde is simply incredibly beautiful. The princess freezes and cannot utter a word. At that moment, the young man introduces himself and addresses the girl according to etiquette, and with great enthusiasm. To her own surprise, Regina feels incredibly embarrassed. Color frames her face, revealing a blush. And the reason for this is that the voice of the second son of the Bistain duchy is as beautiful as everything else. She remembers that the maid spoke of a pretty face, but what is in front of the main character is clearly completely different. Deciding for herself, the princess notes that a man like Aaron definitely fits the right role. The girl builds a strategy on what can be said about love at first sight. She simply distracts that the young man kneels in front of her and asks about the insult. Regina immediately denies, that she was not offended by the behavior of the arrival. Looking at the girl, he asks again if she is not well. This question is baffling, but the explanation might be that unfortunate blush on her cheeks. Immediately justifying this as surprise, the princess asks him to get up quickly. Responding politely, the blonde suggests taking a deep breath. It should help. Regina seems perplexed, but listens to the comment that this is how they do it in the duchy. Laughing thoughtfully, the girl realizes that this is certainly what they do when they see that face. Trying to control herself, the protagonist notices the strength of the hearts in those places. In response, there was only one nice sentence about what she couldn't believe about the hearts. But there were many strong people around. To her own surprise, the girl wonders if she said the last line out loud. And receives confirmation. Oh, our poor main character is ready to fall on the floor after this. She is still debating whether to get involved in that person's plan, but because his beauty is so incredible, she doesn't know if she can handle it alone. Reasoning tells her that, with such a choice, there will be no doubt about the strength of love. She decides that, with such a beautiful face, she will be able to destroy the empire. Out of place, moments from a past life are recalled: treacherous fiancé and occultist. The main character is not going to destroy the empire at all. Things are different. Having composed herself, she apologizes for her behavior. Aaron accepts it easily. And then the girl's tone changes. She suggests that the two discuss something important, whether the father will dedicate time to her after the lesson. Aaron immediately bows and accepts the offer to talk. Regina orders Yuna to take her brother to class, but does not immediately distract herself from contemplating the Duke. There is a pause. The princess asks an awkward question: what is the place for the young man to train? Then, when discussing swords, materials, and things like that, the conversation is very awkward. The girl apologizes to her brother for being late, but it is still just a polite comment. Because of all this tension, Regina gets goosebumps and a shiver runs down her back. Looking at the interlocutor's beautiful, expressionless face, she complains that she should have come later. The Duke is in no hurry to resume the conversation, politely noticing something. He just looks. The heiress of the empire believes that if you look beyond, you might get used to the beauty. But she also thinks about escaping. She is definitely looking for a way to escape. She offers to leave to look for her brother and go. Grabbing the hilt of her sword, Regina follows the castle corridor towards Xian. And soon she hears shouts, just uttered by this unpleasant boy. Upon stepping into the corridor towards the sound, she sees the prince, surrounded by servants, demanding an apology. The servants repeat some memorized phrase, probably for the young heir's amusement. But the girl tenses up at this. A second later, she approaches her younger brother, gripping the wooden sword hilt tighter. She turns to Yuna, but tells her that when she arrived, everything was like this. The servants run to her and beg Regina to save them, which makes her shudder. She demands to know what is happening here. She wants to solve it. An attempt to recount what happened is interrupted by the young prince. He demands everyone be quiet. The violet eyes open. The princess looks at her brother more closely. He is irritated and angry. He clenches his teeth and does not look up at her. It seems the older sister is very irritated. This can be judged by the tone and direction towards her brother. The next moment, the girl demands to know what happened here. She addresses two servants. Thier tries to stop her again and almost starts screeching. But suddenly, he receives a comment to shut up, and this leaves him in a stupor. This unpleasant boy had never received such treatment and handling before. Regina lowers her tone and asks how long she must wait for someone to answer her. The servants she approached reported that they were simply discussing rumors anyway. Everyone was discussing. There are doubts about the fact that Thier, the crown prince, killed his own mother. Looking at her affected brother, the girl realizes that this child should not hear such things. One servant insists they deserve to die, while the second asks for mercy. Annoyed, Thier thinks his sister will now suggest he shouldn't take these things personally. But Regina declares that those who commit sins truly deserve to die. She wonders where her younger brother's knight is, and he points his finger to the side. Turning her gaze, we see a certain red-haired young man. Terahan, the sword of the Empire's prince, seems to be for the lady. Making a majestic bow, he observes all the rules of etiquette as expected. But there is no answering greeting, only a smile from the heroine. With coldness in her voice, the girl realizes why, in response to the insult. The knight did not stop him in any way. Confused, Terahan asks her what she thought he should have done. Of course, the princess realizes that such things are not the responsibility of a regular knight. But from now on, Regina will not tolerate this and will not allow insults to her brother. She angrily exclaims how he dares to smile and remain idle when they dared to insult the prince. The knight, of course, did not expect this and nervously swallows saliva out of fear. Falling to his knees before the princess, he asks for forgiveness and mercy for his inaction. Addressing the maid, she asks Selma to bring the guards as soon as possible. Looking at her confused brother, the princess decides to make small changes to her plan. She decides to turn him into a tyrant so she doesn't have to decide for him anymore. In the future, he will have to solve these situations on his own. He should learn to control his anger and be able to manipulate his servants. The servants babble begging for clemency, mercy, but Regina realizes they are asking the wrong person. Such a statement has the effect of a projectile explosion, and the servants are surprised. But the very next moment, they begin to plead for mercy with more fervor. They ask for mercy towards their persons, even the smiling knight himself not long ago. The girl turns to her brother, reminds him of his status, and tells him that scandals cannot resolve the matter. That a different approach is needed. She gently touches the boy's chin and asks him to stand up next time and not raise his voice. She insists that it is necessary to make it clear that what happened was completely unacceptable, and then propose to the perpetrators a punishment appropriate to the crime. Thier does not try to argue, he just timidly reports that he understood what they told him. At this point, the older sister asks again irritably if this situation was the reason she was late for class. To the servant's horror, a small scandal breaks out with threats with a wooden sword and shouts from the younger one. A scene unfolds in which Thier hides behind the knight. He demands that he protect the master, but he is barely capable and the sister stubbornly advances. The princess's servants, observing what is happening, note that it would be better for them to forget what they saw. The servants who spread rumors were taken away by the guards. The matter is believed to be settled. Regina reports again about the fencing lesson. She says they are waiting for her brother, but he stubbornly ignores it. Then, shaking his sword, the princess wonders how long Thier got her or how long she got Thier, smiling at the same time. Frightened, Jess observes that he will accompany his master without letting him come to his senses. He hurries to the designated place for the lesson, and Regina waves her hand at them. At that moment, the maid brings up the topic of rumors and receives an offer to start a new one as a solution to the plan. Getting rid of those who spread false rumors, that is the solution. It is quite simple. Until the princess's return, the rumors about the murder of his own mother haunted Thier for the rest of his life. Regina addresses the maid and asks if it is interesting to know what kind of rumor it will be. And she says that we will talk about her own downfall and touch upon the princess's reputation. The maid is perplexed why the princess decides to do this. It is unthinkable. The only response was a smile and a message that she wanted to finally be left alone. She reports that she knows there are people who would like to place the princess on the throne. But Regina herself does not want this. She will try to interfere with those plans. This had already happened once. She was appointed regent until her brother came of age. She was crowned at the cost of murdering her father through intrigues and cruelty. According to the main character, Tian is a real bastard, but he can become an even worse option. The girl's plan is to eliminate Regina B. Alper from the list of scoundrels candidates. We see that the main character is sitting calmly by the window, watching the sunset. She made sure that the corridor between the chambers and the training ground was not visited. But unlike her actions, someone else has not shown up in any way. This makes her frown. A private meeting with the princess will clearly compromise her, but the game is worth the candle. Before Regina's rebirth, Duke Aaron followed his brother's path and found death in battle while trying to contain the barbarian uprising. This death was followed by another, that of Duke Vestane, as if it had been planned. Only after this did the terrible begin, even though the princess spent nights in the company of Aaron's older brother, Gilson. The princess believed they could become good friends. Everything would be fine. But the next day, Duke Vestane was murdered by Herman, Regina's fiancé. The thought that this time she will not allow such an outcome is interrupted by the notification that Sir Bistane has appeared. The maid places exquisite and delicious desserts on the table in front of the girl, and then heads to the door to open it and let the arrived guest in. Regina smiles welcomingly and waits for the visitor to step towards her. She thanked the Duke for taking the step and attending this unplanned meeting. She only received one sentence as a response to nothing, and then again an oppressive silence. And an awkwardness hangs between them. Observing the young man drinking tea, Regina notes that he is not taking the initiative. But this does not irritate her. With a sneer of contempt, the princess asks how someone can be angry with someone with that appearance. She decides to point out that perhaps the blonde doesn't like being paraded around. And here we hear an agreement. Aaron thinks that people try to hide something this way. Judging by the main character's smile, it is clear that she is pleased with the longest sentence she has heard from him. The girl reports that she plans to end the engagement in the near future, but keeps something secret. But the blonde says in the same impenetrable and monosyllabic way that he understands. Regina, feeling awkward, asks if this surprised the Duke. He says yes. Then he continues by stating that this will require her help. And then he comes up with a completely shameless and directly obscene offer to become her lover. The girl suddenly blushes and adds, embarrassed, that they are talking about a fake pact. The princess offers to conclude some kind of agreement with herself. Aaron is interested in what he will receive. This is inspiring. It means there is an opportunity to come to an agreement on something like this. Regina says she heard that marriage does not have a special value for him, and therefore, she assumes this will not cause problems. She plays a trump card, saying that the connection with the Empire's heiress saves the young man from annoying popularity among the ladies. But the blonde states that the terms of the contract should be equal. The main character asks to clarify if this means that the conditions do not suit the Duke. And he confirms it. Regina, somewhat apathetically, admits that since he disagrees, it will be useless to persuade him. The next moment, the girl gets up from her seat and says there is another option. She approaches the guest. The young man's eyes widen a little, panic-stricken, waiting. The next moment, he is taken by the chin and informed that this is not a request, but an order. We witness the princess's reasoning. She believes she needs the cudgel of love and justice. The maid tries to find out what this means, and Regina reports that she prepared this for her brother. Not long ago, a girl told the little brat that she would be watching him in class. She initially faced Thier's punishment with a wooden sword, but it would be a mistake to continue like this. The main character comes up with a format, a kind of future artifact to appease the violent prince. The maid is horrified, but the girl insists that she needs a cudgel and asks her to engrave her name. The maid, sobbing with hopelessness, asks what the lady will do if the emperor finds out about this. But the main character calmly drinks her tea and says that the scum is not bothered at all by others' opinions. Johan skillfully catches the unconscious maid by the arms. Regina watches this with particular attention. She notices another person blushing on her cheeks. Getting up from her seat, she tries to attract the attention of the redhead, waving her hand. She asks if the knight can contain his emotions and mockingly asks if it shows that much. In response, everyone except Selma herself should be aware. But Johan is amused by how perceptive everyone is. Selma and the second maid's scene of rejection, issues of understanding and mention of love. Johan Drift, after becoming the princess's personal knight, immediately fell in love with Selma. And he was faithful to her until the end. He didn't care about the age difference. He didn't care that she was a widow, but until the moment of rebirth, their love never blossomed. They both died without having time to know each other's feelings. It was unclear how Selma felt about this. Finishing her tea, Regina realizes that this time she wants to change their destiny. She turns her head and realizes that Yuna's tea skills improve every year. Yuna timidly states that they are looking at her, and Selma comments that it is not time for tea. Seeing all this, Johan notices changes in his beloved, and she asks him if he is afraid of becoming the trash princess's knight. In response, only a frivolous comment that he was just following orders. And then he adds that the lady gets tense just hearing the name of her highness. Not understanding what they are talking about, the princess asks Johan to clarify which lady he is talking about. Lady, it turns out that the nickname of the Night Theer is Jessie Tarahan, who lived as a girl until he was 5. Upon learning this, Regina briefly falls into a stupor and tries to digest these facts. Immediately, the main character assumes that this could be a family tradition. She immediately added that they believed that by hiding in a female form, one could believe that the witch would not curse their fate. This leads to certain thoughts. It seems the princess is thinking about something of her own. The knight adds that, as Jess, having matured, was still pretty, they continue to call him as before. Lady. The girl wonders if her brother's knight is really handsome. Johan replies that he is quite handsome. Lately, Regina has seen many handsome people, Theon and Sararin. The girl thoughtfully bites the tip of her pen, reflecting on recent events. She recalls the moment she ordered Sararin to become her lover. After this, there was an oppressive pause. The blonde looked at her illegibly and surprised. But surprisingly, he did not argue. He agreed, only asking about her future intentions, and revealed that he plans to become a trash princess, unilaterally infatuated. The Duke, according to her, should have treated her the same as an empire princess. After this, she asks to accept having a relationship with her due to great perseverance. While the father thinks, Regina decides that this plan is quite acceptable for her. She adds that if he doesn't mind, their relationship should lead to an engagement. There is a clarification about the disinterest in marriage. The princess wonders how she can ruin someone's life like this. Remember, brother, she herself does not want to ruin anyone's life in the same way. When asked if there are any other questions, the blonde says she agrees always. And when it remains a simulation? This question amuses the main character. She says there is nothing to worry about. And with a smile she adds that she will never love him. That is her promise. And now, since there is no turning back, Regina should make some noise and act. Next there will be a small rumor that no one expects now. The princess asks if Selma sent the letter she asked for, and she confirms the sending. When asked what is in the letter, the girl says she asked Duke Silvage to look for another partner for the upcoming vacation. Selma, in shock, tries to ask again, but the princess sends a new letter with one to the Bistain Duchy. This letter informs of the princess's visit there today. Hearing this, a paleness before her eyes, she did not expect such a decision from the mistress. She wonders who will send the arrival letters on the day of her arrival. At that moment, Selma is already on the verge of hysteria. She tries to tell the mistress something, but her tears of fear interfere. But Regina herself is calm and cheerful. She is interested in what angers the maid, and so she heads to the Bistain Duchy in a rich carriage. Now she tries to remember what happened in another reality on her brother's 11th birthday. Immersing herself in memories, the princess becomes sad and recalls 2 events. Theer got drunk. The soldiers suffered his sword dance. His fiancée became completely unconscious. And the second event was an assassination attempt on the emperor, and, as a result, the celebration turned into a tragedy. Of course, her brother's behavior was disgusting, but not worse than his future fate. He became a failure, not only uselessly wasting all the empire's wealth, but he contacted the princess's fiancé, Duke Silvach, and even handed him the imperial seal. Although the seal was quickly returned, Regina is determined not to allow this to happen. This time she will do everything possible to prevent her father's death, either by stopping it or by preparing an antidote. It turned out that the recipe contains the Danilovsky flower, which the Duchess of Vestine grows in her garden. Looking out the window, the princess finds relief that this ingredient grows here. Upon arriving at a luxurious mansion, the girl decides to pick flowers and negotiate a deal with Aaron. And so, her carriage is received at the main gate. The arrival message has probably been received. With the help of another person's hand, Regina steps out of the carriage and looks at those greeting her. She is greeted by the duchy's eldest son, Sir Giles Bastane, with decorum and nobility. He apologizes for meeting her and not her father, but the latter is absent. The main character smiles and says there is nothing wrong. She herself appeared suddenly. At that moment in her mind, she hopes to turn the Bastane family into her allies. Smiling sweetly, the girl reasons that she should at least leave a positive impression now. And then, suddenly, she looks a little closer at the Duke's eldest son. The memory arises of the evenings she spent with him before her rebirth. But the blonde notices a tense and tenacious gaze upon himself, as if he senses it. He asks her if she did something wrong, but the princess denies that everything is fine. While drinking tea, Regina declares that there is nothing to worry about, that she is here for the Daniland flowers. Giles immediately replies that he could send her flowers upon her first request. The princess says that it was not difficult for her to come herself to get the flowers. Although her arrival lacked manners, the only distraction is a knock at the door, which distracts both the guest and the host. Seeing who enters the room, the girl immediately blushes, unable to control it. This is Sir Aaron, in an open white shirt, handsome as always, now especially attractive. He apologizes for the late greeting and says he came immediately after training. Suddenly, Regina declares that although this is his home, walking around like this is a real crime. There is a pause. Giles glances sideways. Aaron and Regina look at each other, the latter boiling with anger. Once composure is regained, the princess gets back to business and asks permission to pick flowers. But when she is informed that she doesn't need any permission, she adds that she needs Aaron to accompany her to the garden. The younger brother reacts immediately. He courteously helps the lady stand up and offers her his hand. Giles watches this with surprise and says he will also send servants to accompany him. But the pair is already heading towards the exit, which causes some confusion for the elder brother. A new character, Barbara Bastine, is the most beautiful woman in the Empire. It is not surprising that Jean's passed beauty to Aaron with this or that mother. It is logical. I remember that they now say he is the most handsome man in the Empire. Upon entering under the arches of the greenhouse, the protagonist concludes that she has found the ideal man. It is simply wonderful here. I can't believe the Duchess herself set everything up, but Aaron confirms it before going to the hospital. Regina, politely inquiring about his well-being, accompanied by his father, delves deeper. Approaching the young man closer, the princess whispers if they are being listened to here. The answer is no. She further reports that before her arrival, she sent a letter to the County of Silvesh. The blonde clarifies what she means. Then the girl reports that despite arriving separately, it is the Duke of Vestine's son who will accompany her. This is exactly the blow that the main character planned for the traitors on Thier's birthday. Furthermore, she reports that after her brother's dance with his fiancée, Aaron continues to tell her that he will invite the princess to the ball. After this, people will surely immediately be seized by envy. And they will start spreading rumors. If they see the princess without a fiancé and in the company of the second son of the Duke of Weston, this will offend Herman. After this, Regina announces that she will openly announce the breaking of the engagement. But she continues with what she plans to do next. But the tip of her boot touches the stone. Realizing she is losing her balance, the girl raises her hand and wants to grab onto something. Heron, of course, runs to her to help and pick up her highness. A strong palm holds your waist. He prevents you from falling and holds you tightly. He presses the princess against him and they freeze, being so close and looking into each other's eyes. The princess narrows her eyes as tightly as she can. She was quite frightened by the surprise. And then she hears a question about her, "Are you okay now?" and immediately opens her eyes. Only to her embarrassment does she realize she is lying on the ground and a blonde man is on top of her. Getting up, the young man looks at her face and wonders if the princess is hurt. But Regina is far from understanding that she is fine. She is in a panic, in love, because her heart is now responding. The blonde makes a new attempt, calls the girl, and asks what is wrong with her. But the main character realizes that her heart is in danger due to the proximity of another person. She is already starting to pray, just to protect the heart that trembles in her chest. Trying to compose herself, the girl asks him to get off, and Aaron agrees instantly. The young man stands up and throws a certain board away from him. At the same time, the princess also tries to get up from her seat, covered in flower petals. Aaron extends his hand and again offers help, noticing how excited His Majesty is. Reluctantly, the girl accepts that help and finally stands up. She demands that the boy forget what happened as quickly as possible, and he immediately agrees. After that, after fixing her dress, Regina clarifies where she stopped the conversation. Then, the young blonde reports that she planned not to interfere with the uproar after refusing the engagement. The girl looks at him blinking. She realizes he is reliable. The boy nods. He is. Only now this handsome boy starts openly infuriating her. She wants to hit him. It should be noted that such situations had never happened to Regina before her rebirth. Of course, there is a lot of awkwardness in this. However, on the other hand, the main character is happy. She asks if she can go pick flowers, but Aaron says the servants haven't arrived yet. But the girl insists. She sees not far from them an empty pot and a perfect shovel. Looking back, Bastain wonders if they expect him to do it himself. Regina smiles and asks a counter question, should I really do this? And immediately tasks her court lover with the chore of collecting the most beautiful ones. Soon, we see the imperial daughter's carriage leaving the mansion with a good number of flowers. The brothers are standing at the gate. The older one asks what it was. The younger one replies that he was invited to the celebration of the Empire's heir. Giles is having fun and notes that his brother will be suffocated by the lady's attention. But Aaron says he already has a partner. The older brother addresses the younger one, who immediately adds that he has no lover. But Giles is trying to figure out what's going on. Because it turns out the partner is what? When asked if the princess herself is his companion, Aaron realizes he cannot answer. Giles understands the answer as a positive outcome and tries to understand the reason for such a decision. She is a disgraced former princess of an empire, Regina B. Alper, pathetic and faded. But the girl he saw today does not resemble that previous image at all. The man wonders what made her change so radically and abruptly. Making a new attempt, the older brother clarifies if they will answer a direct question. But Aaron flatly refuses him. So Giles calls the younger one's attention to his words again. He is willing to listen. In fact, he makes a comment about the boy's appearance, how he dares to appear like this. To put it bluntly, his appearance is dubious, too frank for a princess's visit. While scolding, he points out that despite the hurried arrival, it was still necessary to prepare. But Aaron himself remembers their agreement to continue with her as before. It seems he did exactly that. He behaved as he generally did with the princess. Unadorned, the young man was efficient, perfectly fulfilling the orders given to him, as he should. An attempt to justify himself did not want to make her wait. Giles demands the truth, and in the end. A confession, he was too lazy to change clothes. This provokes an outburst of anger and frustration in the older brother, who covers his face with his hands. In an attempt to reason, the heir Bastain says that when he comes of age, the princess will become the most beautiful maiden in the empire. But Aaron argues, stating that he must remember that appearance is not the main thing for him. This always bothered the older one, but for the younger one, the main thing is not to be hated. Giles claims that this bothers him even more than other statements, for sure. Seeing such a warning, of course, the younger brother understands what the elder one is talking about. Aaron remembers the promise not to love him. The boy hopes that it will be so. A sharp knife cuts through the space, and cuts what has been prepared. The head chef fearfully comments that His Majesty might get injured with such a knife. But the girl replies that even if you don't know it, she is very good with a knife. She skillfully puts the chopped ingredients into a pot of boiling water. The cook tries to warn the princess that large amounts of Danilov flowers cannot be consumed. But Regina is determined to save her father, even if the broth tastes unpleasant. The servants try to understand their mistress's motives, why she does this, and only answer about benefits for the stomach. When asked whose stomach, they immediately answer that we are talking about their father's stomach. The emperor and his brother. The servants are shocked by this statement and decide that the girl intends to poison them. The girl turns around and eyes the servants suspiciously. They are too quiet. But she calculated everything. She even prepared the silver dishes. The interesting thing is that the poison of the witch's tear could not harm women. Years passed, but the reason for this could not be found. Perhaps the reason was the creator herself. Who was a witch? But the invention of the antidote itself is a great adventure and an accident. Of course, there is concern about the wrong recipe because there is not much information about the antidote. But it is not for her to drink. The entering servant, drowsy, announces that it is time for breakfast and makes his way inside. He expected to see a beautiful princess who decided to play cook in the kitchen. But he sees a witch with a cauldron and a potion. The substance, of terrible color and smell, is poured into the teapot with a ladle. Filled with enthusiasm and energy, Regina decides it is time to treat her family. The princess enters the dining room. There are two people, her brother and father, in it. She greets him, the emperor noticing the tray she is carrying already about to get nostalgic. But the girl decisively interrupts. She pours the prepared broth into cups and asks them to taste it, talking about the benefits for the stomach. The prince and the emperor look at what is proposed with obvious apprehension and ask again about the benefits. But Regina again realizes that her father should drink and he will feel young. He is not very sure what to do, but the determined man still takes the cup. After all, he promised himself that he would not let his daughter down again, a commendable attitude. But after a couple of sips, his eyes fill with tears, and he is ready to cry over the abomination. The taste is terrible, it numbs the whole body, and the tongue is about to fall out. That's what the man feels. The next in line is his little brother. Regina stares at him intently, and he shudders. Stuttering, Theor asks her if she really decided that his sister's gaze would scare him. But they reserved a club for him. Therefore, the next moment the child is sitting at the table, and they are going to treat him insistently. The prince tries to resist the instruction, but is answered that the priest has already tried. Theor frowns with disgust and guesses what kind of garbage it will taste like, but it is unlikely he will understand. But the child jumps out with a squeal and tries to escape, getting away from their hands. Sticking out his tongue, the prince runs out of the dining room, saying he won't drink that garbage. Regina is in no hurry to catch him. He will soon learn about love and justice without him. But suddenly she realizes that her father's portion is not finished, which makes the girl smile. And make the man tremble. Then she calmly reports that in a cold state she is even more disgusting, and then, with a sweet smile, she adds that, worried about his health, she prepares the broth since dawn. The father is open-mouthed, but having no other choice, he understands that he needs to drink it all to the end. Gathering strength, he bravely drinks the broth to the end for the sake of his daughter. Regina can't even believe that a person exists who is capable of drinking this to the end. When the cup tinkles on the saucer, the princess immediately gets up to leave. The emperor asks where she is going, and the girl informs him that she eats little for breakfast. Adding that starting tomorrow Selma will bring healing tea every morning. Of course, the man is surprised, but his daughter reports that this should be done periodically for health reasons. The emperor sobs again, this time not from bad taste, but from the desperation of his situation. Meanwhile, Regina, with his permission, announces that she is leaving the dining room. The father tries to call her back, but the girl is already gone and asks someone to bring him a club. After all, the time has come to visit your little brother, and give him a ration whether he wants it or not. Or not. We see the princess bathing when it is reported that the emperor has chosen a punishment for the slanderers. She thought this would happen faster, but everything was delayed as the investigation proceeded. They were forbidden from visiting the capital, which turned out to be a lighter punishment than Regina expected. It all happened because they discussed it only among themselves and repented of their judgments. The girl sighs and rests her slender and elegant palm on the side of the tub. She tells the maid that the next banquet is extremely important, and Selma promises to pay attention to everything. By the way, the senior maid does not understand the reasons for the mistress's behavior. But she hasn't made mistakes before. Selma simply decides that she will wait until she is told the reasons for this. Yes, she just needs to wait for the mistress herself to tell her everything. Suddenly, remembering something, the princess says to take the alcohol away from her brother. The maid says that coming of age is not soon, but Regina realizes that they are talking about Theor. She orders that if the prince misbehaves, they should call her immediately. Next, the main character asks about Herman's partner and finds out that she has become the lady of the Viscounty of Vadis. Anita Vadis. She was orphaned not long ago, and it was Duke Silvage who helped her survive at that time. Selma says that their relationship is not exactly the same, but they say they are like brother and sister. So, Regina looks ahead illegibly and declares that they will meet soon. After splashing in the water, the girl is determined to prevent the theft under the pretext of being the princess's fiancé. This is a declaration of war. On the streets, hustle and cheerful conversations can be seen. Chants and running children are heard. The aroma of various street delicacies, spicy and delicious, floats in the air. Meanwhile, in the castle, Regina is standing on the balcony, preparing to start her own war. Someone shatters the peace of the moment, calling her name softly, drawing attention. Then, His Highness turns around with languid laziness, showing our gaze the sophistication of her image. The maids freeze, unable to say a word, and look at their mistress with enthusiasm. But part of the charm of the moment quickly dissipates with loud applause. The cleaning lady calls not to stand idly by, but to return to their duties. One, almost with tears in her eyes, loudly admires her mistress. The princess feels, well, if this is really true, but clarifies if the girl has forgotten something. Regina continues, pointing out that being Aaron will be her partner today, one shudders with fear. Indeed, it would be easier for her if she looked rustic compared to her partner. She thinks about how the duke's son will dress, and if he will choose more festive clothes for the occasion. My head is a chaos of thoughts. At the same time, I want to see Aaron and dismiss him. The main character asks the maid what she thinks, if he will like the gift. A ruby, which will highlight his beautiful eyes. Selma, who is helping with the jewelry, reports that even if she doesn't understand jewelry, he will really appreciate the effort. As decoration, the girl chose a brooch matching hers for him. There was little time for preparation, but the power of money certainly has its advantages. Suddenly, a servant knocks on the door and announces that it is time for the empire's heiress to leave. Regina exhales deeply and gathers strength before appearing at court. The day has come. Now she will have to face her enemies. Shouts are heard from the crowd. Of course, the lady saw Aaron, who, although rumored to be handsome, is actually incredible. An elegant suit perfectly emphasizes the ideality of his beauty in every feature. There are rumors that the duke's son does not usually attend such events. Today, he will become the princess's partner, and she will ask him about his engagement to Herman. At this moment, the elder of the Weinstein brothers is observing his brother monitoring the situation. But once his solitude dissipates, his uncle, Egil Baston, appears and smiles. The uncle notices that all the attention in the room is now focused on the younger one. Gilles replies that he will stay away because he has the opportunity to think. Here, Egil wonders where the older brother's partner is. He didn't come here alone. He reports that Charlotte is sick. On the other hand, he would not have allowed her to come here. But in response to such a statement, the uncle incited his nephew, telling him they are not married yet. It is true that Giles is thinking about something else now, about his brother, who, even despite his imperial status, will reject the one he dislikes. He only remembers the moment when they peacefully went out to the garden, and it's unclear how the girl hooked him. A shout distracts him from his thoughts. Egil feels unhappy because they ignore him, and it makes him shudder. But the young man just sighs, because according to his conclusions, there is nothing to listen to. Anyway, they are talking about one thing. Suddenly, he becomes defensive and realizes he never dated, which surprises him. When asked who said this, Giles says that his parents threatened to drag him to the front for this. If you think about it, the first son of Duke Weinstein is quite talkative, and he is not easy to be with. But the second son is no less complex, although he is extremely silent. And not a word can be uttered. While eating the cakes, Isle is surprised how his brother raised his sons to be so different. At that moment, Giles believes that the secret of how the princess conquered his younger brother will become clear when she comes out. Then the lackey appears in the hall, clears his throat, and mentally prepares before starting. And then loudly announces the son of the Empire Alper and his crowned sons. The lackey announces the appearance of majestic figures, the emperor himself and his offspring. They walk down the corridor and everyone around them greets them with a bow. Or a curtsy. Finally, the emperor takes his place on the throne, and we thank the newcomers for attending his son's celebration. Smiling like the bright sun, the princess congratulates her brother on his birthday. The boy does not express much joy, but still, thank you for your congratulations. And then, another person comes up the stairs towards them. The imperial family watches and waits. Here is the announcement: Lady Greta is the fiancée of Crown Prince Theer, and makes an elegant bow. Now the emperor gestures with his hand, majestically inviting those gathered to enjoy the festivity. Theer and Greta, as expected, head to the center of the hall, followed by the first dance. The musicians, waiting for the moment, immediately start playing a beautiful elegy. The guests gather waiting for the dance to begin, as if it were some kind of show. In reality, it is just a ritual. Seeing this, the main character still admits that her brother is handsome, both now and when he is older. And of course, she feels a little sorry for little Lady Greta, who is now smiling happily. She has no idea what awaits her in the future, how difficult the fate of the wife of such a scoundrel will be. But the idea arises to give Lady Greta a club for her future wedding. By the way, I couldn't take my club away. Selma would only allow it to be taken over her dead body. Surprisingly, Johan managed to persuade her to join him, and they look good together. Then, he continues talking about the king's safety, recalling the events prior to her rebirth. Thinking about this, she believes that her ancestors were too arrogant about safety during the holidays. She then looks at her younger brother and wonders if genes are to blame for Theer's foolishness. This is incredibly amusing, and she laughs carefree, trying to hide this amusement behind her palm. But it is important not to lose concentration. The assassin must appear at the moment the last melody sounds. I remember that the enemy posed as a guest, and that's why she didn't remember his face. After what was done, the emperor himself was involved in the interrogation and execution, which is why the girl did not know the details. This complicates the situation. The princess bites her lower lip with excitement. However, that Regina remembers the place where the attack occurred is already important. Furthermore, the attacker pretended to be close to the emperor and walked around him. Meanwhile, downstairs, Theer gracefully wraps his partner and skillfully throws her back by leaning over. The hall fills with enthusiastic applause. The audience is delighted. Others hold idle conversations at a distance, laughing and talking about someone they know. Or about food. But Regina will not lose concentration and will prevent an assassination attempt on the emperor. Suddenly, she is called, and the princess is distracted from her own thoughts and plans. Turning around, the main character smiles radiantly. Sir Aaron approached her. She looks at his clothes, his hair, and seems to forget how to breathe correctly there. My heart literally jumps out of my chest. It is incredibly difficult to control myself. Not without effort, Regina makes him remember that it is important for her to get used to the presence of another person. Congratulating him, she states that he is especially beautiful. But Eren claims that he actually didn't try. Such a statement saddens the princess. It turns out this is far from the maximum. Taking her partner by the arm, the girl comments how dazzling her beauty will be if he really tries. Smiling at him again courteously and openly, Regina asks the Duke's son for help. And help for her. Eren easily replies that he will do everything possible not to become an obstacle. The next moment, we see his pair taking a place in the center of the hall. They are spinning, dancing, slender and beautiful fingers. They carefully cling to the young blonde man's wide shoulders. Their hands carefully hold his waist. The music and movements merge so harmoniously into a kind of symphony that the spectacle is incredibly beautiful. When a question is asked of you, you still hold on and immediately answer what is being said. And then the answer is heard, that the eyes of all the ladies gathered here are directed at him. The main character explains how it turns out that the story of their parents is so romantic. But he does not want to think about marriage. Eren's parents met and fell in love without knowing each other. And from there, the fashion for masquerade balls began. The princess hurries to apologize for the untimely question, but the blonde says he is used to this, and that he is not interested in it. Regina decides to clarify whether it is only about the idea of marriage or a relationship. And in response hears that he wants to be like his uncle. His uncle, he, is also among the other guests, watching how the couple dances smoothly and aesthetically beautiful in the center. Egil Bastane, a governor known as the sharpest weapon in the empire, defended the eastern borders. The main character remembers how one rainy summer day the message arrived that in the south, one of the governors had died in a battle with rebels. Then Eren himself took his uncle's place and became governor immediately after his coming-of-age ceremony. But before the onset of winter, he suffered the same fate as Islwesten died. Suddenly, the princess remembers that the events will begin this summer. She then asks when the governor will go south and finds out that it will be tomorrow after the report to the emperor. Looking at the blonde, the girl thinks that she must stop this. Otherwise, Egil and Eren will die. If she succeeds, she will save the governor and stay with Eren until winter. Moreover, if they were alive, it would be possible to counter the Sylvages. And they themselves, uncle and nephew, will be more useful in maintaining the power of the imperial family. We must not allow him to appear before the emperor. It is better to lose soldiers than such a great commander-in-chief. But what distracts me from my thoughts is that the music begins to fade, which means the dance is coming to an end. The girl finds the strength to say that this, of course, is obvious, but that Eren is an incredible person. At this phrase, Bastane Jr. bowed politely and replied that he hears this often. The blonde replies to himself that he is somehow tired of hearing such words about himself. It seems that the princess is impressed by the sincerity of the father, and he himself notes that he does not usually hear such words to his face. Therefore, the next moment, the girl sees the slight smile intended for her. And it can rightly be noted that this makes an incredible impression. Regina blushes. Moreover, she feels a clear and vivid choking fit. It seems this was too much for her. However, she says nothing more and turns away while Sir Eren wonders if she is out of her mind. Clenching her fist, the princess realizes that she has weakened her internal defense. This is a violation of tactics. I have to apologize to my dance partner again for my behavior. But the answer is that I'm already used to it. Regina sighs and offers to leave, but before she can add it, someone calls her. Of course she recognizes this voice. She recognizes it among many. A shiver runs down her body. I remember the moment when it was this voice, full of hatred, that boldly ordered her to surrender. The troublemaker asks why he was ignored, and Eren seems interested. The princess's slender fingers clenched into a fist. She tries to contain her emotions. She manages to compose herself and informs him politely and moderately that she did not plan to ignore him. Finally, she replies that she hasn't seen young Duke Sylvage in a long time. No matter how the brunette behaves on the outside, inside her there is a storm of emotions. Terrible events of the past are before her eyes. As Herman Silvage bows and greets with calmness and elegance, she thinks maybe she should just kill him. Silverstein at this moment watches closely how they react to each other. His gaze is so attentive that it seems he could understand something or was simply imagining it. Herman says cheerfully that he worried when he was ordered to choose another partner. But now he is calm seeing that the princess is with Bistain. Carefully restraining herself, the girl replies that she is not sure she can trust his words. But Silvage, with a smile, claims that he would not dare lie to Her Highness. Mimicking a laugh, the main character literally screams with anger in her own head at such impudence. Knowing that he is a traitor, Regina thinks that one day she will finish him off with her own hands. At that moment, someone appears next to them. This distracts them from their conversation. The princess turns her head and notices another person. Now the time has come, they have finally met. In front of her is the occultist Silval. Herman and the blonde girl are now facing Regina and Aaron. The occultist's name is Anita Vadis. And although this girl is only a year older than the princess, she controlled dozens of people. Before rebirth, the main character believed she was just her fiancé's mistress. The princess wonders if she should be the first to greet, and Anita immediately tries to correct herself. Uncomfortable. She introduces herself. The only daughter of the Viscount of Vadis says her name and curtsies. Regina at this moment wonders how this girl could obtain such power. The worst part is that occultists can control other people's hearts. Under the influence of such a spell, you will betray even the closest person without even understanding what you are doing. Their control over people is so skillful that they think they themselves have changed their minds. And they do not realize that an influence has been exerted. The princess received this knowledge after escaping the palace and thinks she should learn more about Vadis. Currently, Anita is under the guardianship of the County of Silvage and feels comfortable hiding her identity. But whatever the case, Regina is without a doubt 100% sure of one fact. This time she will be able to stop other people's plans, turning towards the blonde in a rather mocking way. She adds that something especially important happened between the Baddies and Silvage families. Anita feigns being a meek girl and hides behind Herman, squeezing his hand. But Regina is not fooled. She sees a hidden danger in the gaze directed at herself. Seeing this, the princess wonders how she couldn't have noticed it before. While maintaining her position, the brunette wonders if they believe Vadis will do something wrong. But the excuse sounds like they are simply afraid that Anita herself will make a mistake. And then, the princess mockingly asks if they really haven't taught her ethics after spending so much time in the Duchy of Silves. Herman immediately replies that he spent a lot of time treating the illness and smiles courteously. Regina realizes that it might seem like she is mocking the guest. But in response comes the question of who could suggest such a thing. Then the brunette herself, as if thinking out loud, asks the same question who. She recalls her past life. Again, a younger image of a young man appears before her eyes. The princess is so irritated by Herman's arrogant gaze that he allowed himself to look at her. Against her will, Cass and betrays her own irritation by clenching her fists. Irritation wins. But she is distracted, and the next moment, a stranger's hand touches the girl's hand and gently squeezes it. This is Aaron, who takes the main character's hand to his face and offers to clear the space for other couples. And only now do I remember that here they are still not so alone, and where they also are. Regina agrees that others should be allowed to enjoy the banquet. And Bistain offers to accompany her. But before leaving, the brunette says she hopes the other couple can also enjoy the holiday. Without saying goodbye, the princess leaves accompanied by Aaron, leaving Herman behind. And Anita hiding behind him. As one of the couples passes the guests, they talk about them without any tact. But this does not bother Regina. On the contrary, it amuses her. She is waiting to see how they will react when the engagement is broken. The girl reasons that everyone will understand the change when she announces it, while Aaron draws attention. At this, the princess hurries to warn that the young man awaits new gossip because of such an undertaking. And she talks about behavior. But Bastine accepts these words quite calmly and says that he is not against it. Regina squeezes the offered forearm tighter, thanks him, and immediately apologizes for the inconvenience. The people gathered at the festivity do not take their eyes off their couple. They look at them with great interest. They look at each other, make guesses, whisper rumors that will soon spread among the nobility. But if the princess is indifferent to this, Aaron addresses the crowd. The next moment, they are forced to look away and remain silent. He looks at them too dangerously. But despite the fact that the gazes directed at them are unpleasant, the main character has made a decision about the engagement and its termination. The young blonde man addressing his partner thinks that he is not just worried about himself. Suddenly, even to himself it seems, the young man congratulates His Highness on how strong he is. And then Regina focuses all her attention on these words and smiles at him so sweetly. And simplicity. Aaron is embarrassed by his outburst, asks her to forget what he said, and covers his mouth with his hand. Looking away. Looking at the girl, the blonde mentally reminds himself that this is just a contract. Nothing more. And let the brunette's gentle smile be beautiful, Vestaine thinks that he should control his own feelings. Regina thanks him for accompanying her, but suddenly the maid calls her and draws attention. The main character addresses the maid and asks what is wrong. She sees that things seem irredeemable. At that moment, she receives an answer. It is the prince. His face changes. The princess demands that they take her where something bad happened. After saying goodbye to Aaron, Regina runs after the servant, clearly not expecting to see anything good. And then there is the hysteria of the younger brother. He shouts at the servants because they decide for him whether to drink or not. His fiancée is crying, and he, without being ashamed of anything around him, kicks the servant and shouts at him, showing himself in a completely impartial manner. Regina, arriving in time, exhales nervously and feels tired of this whole situation, realizing that she will have to sort it out. Seeing such shameful behavior, a question arises. Was he the one she decided to save? It drives me crazy how the prince behaves like a hysterical woman, kicking and squealing, with eyes wide with indignation. She calls him, and Thier turns around very angry and asks who dared to call him by name. But turning around, the prince sees his older sister and faints, frozen in obvious fear. Regina pats the birthday boy with her club and declares that he should behave differently on the holiday. However, despite the smile, seeing her clearly should make the boy's skin crawl. There is enough threat in her. The boy immediately tries to justify that he was forbidden to drink, and the older sister immediately replies that this is logical, that he is too young. Staggering with fear, Fear reminds his sister that they are not alone here, for fear of reprisal. But the brunette realizes that the noise was made because of her. We see how the palm abruptly and visibly turns into a fist and looks menacing. The prince purses his lips in fear and asks if they are going to hit him now. Regina smiles terrifyingly, defiantly placing her fist in front of her, and asks the question that answers itself. As he himself thinks, now Thier is simply losing the ability to speak coherently, scared and miserable. Abruptly turning, the boy clearly flees, yielding to the fact that he was defeated in this confrontation. The princess remaining in her place watches him, pursing her lips and frowning slightly. Of course, it is clear that the protagonist is not happy with the situation, her brother's behavior, and the noise, but the next moment turns to those who were watching this whole scene with an equally terrifying smile, pretending to look extremely sweet and friendly. The girl clarifies if they saw anything now. The frightened nobles immediately hurry to assure her that they saw nothing and try to insert compliments along the way. Satisfied with this reaction, Regina thinks that she likes this kind of power and should work on her authority with her younger brother. But of course, it also happens that the princess does not forget that an important moment is approaching for her. A quick but attentive glance sweeps over the festive atmosphere, and she notices how the afternoon is passing. The gaze goes to the servants, the guests, and the music, and she realizes what is about to happen. The assassin must make a move, attack the emperor, commit an assassination attempt right in the middle of the holiday. Now she concludes that it is best for Aaron to be far enough away and not suffer harm in the attack. It is just that the way Anita goes somewhere far away does not go unnoticed either. After all, the blonde is alone. Without company, it is unclear where Herman has gone now. Realizing another person's gaze upon her, Anita turns around. She looks embarrassed, but immediately smiles radiantly. But just by seeing this smile, Regina remembers another smile, the one that belonged to the occultist. This abruptly pulls the princess out of reality, shocks her, and takes her to the moment before her rebirth. It is at this moment that what the main character seemed to expect suddenly happens. In an assassination attempt, the assassin runs down the hall with a sword towards the emperor himself, screaming. But even if the attack surprises and stupefies the others, Regina herself was expecting it. And she hurries. The emperor diverts his gaze from the assassin to his daughter, who rushes past him with such speed and abruptness. That is why, when the assassin attacks the emperor, Regina appears right in front of him, cutting off the path to her father. At the moment the assassination attempt is about to happen, an obstacle appears in the path of the assassin, the main character. The assassin growls with a displeased smile. Why wasn't this obstacle part of the plans, or rather, does it go against them? But for a princess who should be meek and gentle, stopping the assassin is quite easy. Regina has been through enough battles. The main character skillfully dodges the poisoned sword, holding onto her skirt, and taking an elegant step back. And the next moment is even more surprised, as she tears off a piece of the chair with a terrible screech. The assassin freezes in shock, looks at this, and doesn't know how to proceed. This behavior of the princess evokes obvious horror. It seems she forgets about the attempt to attack again. And then, he who looked like a predator became a victim, because the time had come to answer for his actions. The society ladies shriek, the men stare stupefied at the beating. Just like the emperor, he certainly did not expect such behavior from his once pliable daughter. But this is a different Regina. This one considers the cruelty with which she beats the one who caused her father's death in another life to be justified. The unfortunate assassin lies on the carpet and can only groan and drool, apparently completely defeated. Under the princess's foot lies the same poisoned sword that caused the imperial family so much trouble. At that moment, when the enemy is defeated, the crowd begins to whisper, trying to understand what they have witnessed. Regaining her composure, trying to calm her excitement, the girl tries to realize that now is exactly the moment. Regina, menacingly and dangerously trampling the assassin lying under her feet, announces that she has a statement. Addressing the guests, who had gradually come back to life after the incident, the brunette seemed full of emotion. Judging by the emperor's look of astonishment, he expects nothing good from his daughter. However, it is to him that the main character turns first, extending her palm, and smiling, saying that she is breaking off the engagement. Next, we see the emperor and his daughter sitting in his office. The situation is tense and strained. Regina wonders what angered her father more, the appearance of the assassin or the dissolution of the engagement. But continuing the thought, she realizes that maybe she should continue administering the antidote to herself. And tomorrow, a scandal will definitely erupt in the capital. The princess hopes the matter will end with a few harsh words, because she is very tired. And the emperor finally speaks to her. But he doesn't shout sharply at her as expected, but calmly and with some anxiety asks why his daughter did this. Frowning slightly, Regina, who did not expect such a reaction, tries to clarify what exactly they are talking about. Maybe about an engagement. Here the emperor's cry can already be heard, declaring that the issue is not at all about the engagement. The girl looks back nervously and wonders what her father's question is about. She wonders if the emperor might suspect that she herself organized the assassination attempt. Having gathered strength, she asks the reason for his anger, ready to apologize if something is wrong. Only the father exclaims her name, and it seems that emotions simply devour him inside. Finally, the man asks why she personally tried to stop the assassin. This is shocking. The girl frowns and wonders why this bothered the emperor so much. It's unfair, thinks the protagonist, because he is angry about saving his life. Regina jumps up and tries to explain to him that he was in danger and that she considered it her duty to protect him. Only here the emperor, with a roar, places his hand on the table and jumps up too. The man looks at his daughter and declares that no father would put his own safety above that of his children. Hearing this, the main character sits down again and laughs. And of course, she asks again if she understood correctly that the reason for his anger was concern for her. The emperor, tired, rubs the bridge of his nose and leans back on the sofa. He sighs and confirms this conclusion. The daughter agrees that any father would worry about his daughter, but there is one thing. Looking directly into the man's eyes, Regina asks him since when her father cared a damn about her. The dark-haired man clearly did not expect such mockery. He leans forward a little. And he seems confused. However, Regina continues, looking at her father with the same direct gaze, unreadable in terms of emotions. It reminds me of the rather harsh and cruel words I heard myself, "Your Majesty has no daughter." Continuing her reasoning, she recalls that all her attempts as a daughter were fruitless. So it seemed he didn't care. Feeling extremely guilty towards her, the emperor looks away. And he says she is his daughter. But the girl just chuckles, stating that they realized it too late. The man is surprised by such strong changes in her. It seemed to him that, despite so much time having passed, there was still a possibility to fix everything. Regina informs him that she is tired, and if there is nothing else to say, maybe she will go rest. And she leaves. Because the emperor cannot now find the right and correct words, and the girl notices someone in the palace hallway. She certainly didn't expect such a meeting, but she no longer looks distant or gloomy, quite the opposite. Approaching, the main character greets Sir Aaron, who looks at her thoughtfully. Only tonight is the second person who asks a terribly annoying question, why she did that. Looking away, the girl says she could not allow the emperor to be threatened. But the young man claims she should have been by his side. However, in a shocking sentence, the princess states that she did not expect such a turn. And the father carefully takes his hand from her face and carefully takes it, provoking her into a panic. He brings his palm to his face and tells her that security during the holidays is too weak, and that from now on she shouldn't leave his side. The girl laughs flirtatiously and clumsily and says that in the future they will be closer. And the father won't be able to get rid of her. But such a simple and careless response is not suitable for the young duke. However, she immediately volunteers to accompany His Highness to her chambers, to which Regina does not object. But she immediately adds, the attack suddenly surprised her so much that she grabbed the shoulder of her strong man. But Aaron asks her not to go that far. Turning, the young man throws her an artificially stern, very serious look. But the girl just smiles, showing that she is only teasing him a little. However, for herself already, Regina realizes that the situation is somehow becoming more complicated. At that moment, Anita laments that the assassination plan has failed, the engagement is broken. And it seems the princess has changed. When asked if she knows the reasons for this, Herman says he needs more time to analyze everything. But the girl certainly cannot be content with such an answer. She asks about it again. The next moment, she grabs him by the chin and menacingly pulls him closer, which terrifies the young man. Feeling a wild and icy fear, as if petrified, he utters another name, Evaldina. The blonde girl looks him in the eyes without even blinking. The tension multiplies by 100. And then she touches the young man's forehead with her finger, performing sorcery and complaining that others are easier to control than him. Now it is clear to us who the biggest villain is, and that Duke Silvage is under the influence of an occultist. Moving her whole body towards the young man, using a spell, she asks him to quickly find out why the princess has changed so much. He wraps the beautiful blue strands of his hair around his finger and asks him not to disappoint her anymore. And the representative of the majestic Duchy of Silvash replies in a colorless tone. And humble, yes ma'am. Smiling, the blonde adds that this is how it should be, so as not to provoke her real anger. And then she leaves Herman behind as she walks away, forcing him to look at her back with an anxious look. The abandoned young man on the spacious balcony bites his lip and sinks into his thoughts. It seems that the one who caused so much suffering, in Regina's opinion, is himself under someone else's oppression. It is possible that he truly did not do everything that happened next of his own free will. Now we are watching two knights. The redhead asks if Johan is serious, and he says he is just fulfilling his mistress's order. Their gazes meet, the blonde boy lets out a caustic taunt, and the second one becomes cautious. And then, completely foolishly, he demands to surrender. But the redhead does not agree with this, shouting. Jesse shouts that now even the prince and princess call him lady, but the blonde claims that he himself is to blame for this. They ask Johan to take pity on him, because he has regretted what happened so many times already. But someone is heard shouting. The prince, who seems to be him, calls his knight lady, which causes wild indignation. Thier calls Jesse and asks him to stop someone. You can imagine his cute crying face, and he is afraid. But the princess's voice is heard, demanding that her brother return and honorably accept his punishment. Now the motives are clear. Johan restrains Jesse. He doesn't allow him to help his master, at the princess's request, of course. But the blonde realizes that this will not end with the murder of a blood relative. And if he lets Jesse in, he will be beaten too. To scare him further, Johan says that probably His Majesty's club hits harder than Thier's fists. But he has never received it. And he adds that if he enters right now, he will receive it from both the princess and the prince, who is definitely angry. Seeing that the words have an effect, he adds that there is no point in confronting Regina. And Jesse looks for excuses. Tarahan, fearful, decides not to interfere in the skirmish. The doors open an hour later. At that moment, three knights, Johan, Jesse, and Sir Aaron enter the hall. It seems the young redhead is still tense. And they see the princess sitting calmly with a cup of tea and her younger brother lying on the floor, clearly having survived the beating. Aaron approaches and tells him that he should not lie on the floor for too long because he might get sick. It seems the prince is exhausted. He can't even get properly angry. However, he is indignant that this happened because of Westain's delay. While the blonde greets Regina in the background, Thier has clearly decided to take it out on his knight, running towards him like a wild cat. The girl calls him to join her, to get away from the direct rays of the sun. She chirps politely and courteously. She says she has prepared delicious and healthy tea, which he should definitely try. It's good for the skin. Regina declares that his beauty must be internationally protected and prepares more tea for Aaron on the way. But suddenly, the young blonde man seems extremely thoughtful and gloomy. He asks how many people will be distracted from his face by concentrating on the gift. The main character confirms his conjectures. At that moment, the maids at a distance from this couple are watching, and one of them is clearly impressed by such a conversation. The princess politely asks if there were any incidents when the father left. He replies that there were none. At the mention of Uncle Duke, Regina remembers that she was going to talk to her father about him. But surprisingly, the last conversation made a strong impression on her. She rejected the meeting. The girl asks additional questions about the governor and his plans. Aaron replies that the audience took place, but there is still a question with the troops. When His Majesty learns that Duke Bastain wished to stay, he is surprised and freezes. Turning around, he asks to clarify this point, but the blonde says that his uncle said he wanted to have fun. This news clearly has a positive effect on the girl's state, as if a weight has been lifted from her. In fact, thanks to this, she will not have to report bad news to the emperor himself. Perhaps it is enough for her that every morning she prepares healing tea for her father. The main goal of the main character is to deal with her enemies. After this, put the younger brother on the throne and leave the palace. That is the whole plan. Then you can live just for yourself, quietly and bury deep. And for a long time, your thoughts about politics. Get rid of the eternal stress and all these worries. Rest well from all worries. The servant's direction pulls her out of her thoughts. The young man draws her attention by addressing her politely. This is not her servant. The princess looks down and notices the gloves. They belong to the uniform of the emperor's servants. This is exactly what she asks. What are the emperor's servants doing here? The moment becomes tense. And moreover, the servant informs that His Highness, the emperor, ordered to meet with Aaron, Regina, and Theor after the fencing lesson. After the lesson, the trio put on more appropriate clothes for the visit and are already heading to the audience. Theor, as always, seems dissatisfied and asks the servant what the reason for summoning them is. The servant replies that he does not know the details, which causes even greater displeasure from the young prince. They try to pull him back, saying he is making too much noise, but Theor scolds him again and shouts. Using her intimidating aura, the older sister states that the servant probably really knows nothing because the emperor will not inform him. The brother agrees. It is quite logical that if the emperor summoned you, then you should obey and not ask questions. Such fundamentals seem absurd to the girl. She would like to change them in the future, if the opportunity arises. And then the princess realizes that they are not only going for an audience with her brother, but also with Bistine. To her surprise, she also realizes that the father is walking right behind her. But before, she had paranoia that the people walking behind her were capable of causing harm. These anxieties suffocated and released the young woman, causing her so much excitement and fear. In such a situation, they could have taken advantage of a moment of weakness and stabbed her in the back. This thought is unsettling. Surprisingly, now in a similar situation where Aaron walks behind her, it is easier for her, although sometimes it is not easy with one, Selma and Johan. The princess is trying to understand the reason why Sir Aaron's steps sound different. After all, in fact, all the previous ones are her comrades in arms. But there might be something special about this blonde. And yes, then the most special thing is that his face asks His Majesty a question. And his eyes light up. Theor notices the change in his sister's expression and asks about it aloud, which turns out to be confusing. But when the boy tries to add something else, he immediately receives a kick in the back to push him forward faster. The brother offendedly asks why he is being hit, but Regina says she did not intend to do this. The blonde looks at them incomprehensibly. And now, the doors of the throne room open in front of them. It can be seen that the emperor is already waiting for them. The whole trio approaches and bows, courteously greeting the real person. The emperor waves his hand in response and calmly looks at each person who enters. Suddenly, he declares that the fencing lesson lasted too long, if anything. But in response to him, there is a declaration that he himself set the schedule for the lessons. While the conversation between the emperor and the princess continues, a young servant approaches an older one and whispers something in his ear. It seems there is news that amuses the boy, but the woman sighs tiredly. She courteously intervenes during a pause and says that they have arrived. Regina wonders what is happening, who her father might have wanted to summon, and waits tensely. The servants, having received orders from the emperor, hurry to open the doors of the throne room again. Hearing this, the princess turns her head and looks at who has arrived here. The next moment, she was completely deformed by who exactly she saw in front of her. This is Herman Silvag. He smiles and makes a courteous bow when greeting the emperor. Next to him is Anita Baddies, who performs the bow required by etiquette, and greets the ruler too. At this moment, the main character almost breathes fire, wondering what this couple is doing here. The daughter looks at her father with a savage gaze. The emperor assumes that everyone is interested in the reason why they were gathered. Of course, Regina replies and says that she is indeed interested in the reason. The man continues. He begins to talk about yesterday's accident. The princess suggests what he is referring to, an attack or a divorce. She expresses the fact that she still does not understand how yesterday's situation and today's meeting here are connected. Then, the emperor declares that if the imperial family is threatened, the number of guards must be increased. That is the law, but Regina falls into despair assuming what her father is going to do. And in this case, the speech continues. The protection of the imperial family falls on the two duchies. The news is not encouraging, because in one of these families there was a traitor. Think about it, protection of the traitor, ironic. But the scoundrel German seems very happy with this news, and this Anita completely shines with tenderness, barely restraining herself from screaming. Regina clarifies why she must accept this. Her father replies that this is the law, that you must respect it. This is why there are two duchies in the empire, by the way. Such a situation literally destroys the princess. It is surprising that, no matter what happened in a past life, such security was not assigned to the most important crown prince. Beside herself with anger, Her Highness calls Theor, who immediately blushes shyly because he flinches at the gaze. But he quickly recovers and looks angrily at his sister and does not look away. Each of them now seems to be thinking about their own things, experiencing a small storm of emotions. But neither of them wants what they are being promised. Having hastily thought everything through and judged what was what, Regina realizes that there is no other option. The emperor already starts speaking more, but suddenly the daughter interrupts and says she doesn't want this. The father tries to explain that now is not the time for choices, what to do. But the girl blames him for making good soldiers waste time, protecting those who don't need it. In fact, she expresses general thoughts of hers and her brother's, who clings to her. And she asks him if she has gone too far. But the father looks inquisitively, trying to grasp the solidity of the arguments presented. Now he thinks he could keep his daughter, but there are other nuances. There is no other way to maintain peaceful relations between the duchies. Regina must marry Duke Silvage. Getting up from the throne, the man looks at her sternly and seems to no longer tolerate arguments. He calls her by her full name, Regina de Alper. He informs that this is the will of his emperor. The matter is serious. By the emperor's decision, it was decided that Regina would be under the protection of Hermann Silvage. While Aaron Bistain would protect the prince, that was the order, no discussion would help. Furthermore, the emperor adds that she cannot go out on the street until the problem of the attack is resolved. And that fencing classes are forbidden. Regina understands that now, no matter how much she wants to, she cannot say a defiant word. Because it is not her father speaking to her, but the emperor. Next, the man turns to the blonde, from whom a sweet smile emanates. Short and gentle. For the main character, the reason why she was summoned is revealed. Anita revealed the family secret, the truth serum. This blonde occultist receives orders to prepare a truth serum. While the emperor thinks she looked fine, his daughter is incredibly outraged by this decision. Regina wonders where her father has so much trust in them and how it happened. How can the emperor trust this fetes, that it won't be poison that is prepared? But a serum. However, the audience ends, and the four leave the hall and head to the princess's chambers. And the prince. At the same time, the occultist left first, accompanied by the emperor's chief physician, promising to provide her with everything necessary for the serum. Thinking about recent events, the protagonist regrets that the consequences of the attack should be addressed as quickly as possible. After all, in fact, she was a victim of terrible irony. Not everything went according to plan. Now she will have to be close to the instigator of the assassination attempt. This traitor. But there is also something good in this order from the emperor. She turns around. There is no need to worry about Theor while he is under Sir Aaron's protection. This is at least a pleasant addition. The princess tells Hermann, without even turning around, that she wants to speak with Sir Vestaine so he can proceed without her. But Silvesh tries to challenge this order and says he cannot do that. But Regina looks at him irritably and declares that he has no right to interfere in her personal life. This was not in the emperor's order. The princess's rudeness doesn't seem to bother Hermann, who looks back with a warm smile. Looking again at the blue-haired traitor, the girl turns to the blonde and calls him. His Highness extends his palm. The duke sinks lower, bowing so that it is comfortable for him to whisper in her ear. And then Regina whispers a request to help ensure that Hermann and Anita do not rub shoulders with Theor. In addition, she asks Sira Yessa to convey such an order. Aaron agrees he understands. Then the princess turns her gaze to Theor, who is nearby, looking at her thoughtfully. Her beloved younger brother, so meek and naive, looks back now. The main character, thinks that even despite the fact that in the future, he may become a garbage prince, she will always love him. Therefore, her next order sounds sincere: take care of Thear. This time, the older sister will take good care of the fate of the younger one. An oath is made to herself. With a wave of her hand, Regina watches as Thear and Aaron leave, looking on with a smile. And then she snorts irritably if Herman needs to walk behind her. The boy realizes that it is necessary. The main character is not happy about this, but moreover says that she plans to go to the underground prison. Surprisingly, Sylvech does not look like someone whose engagement she just broke. Moreover, neither her father nor the emperor made official statements. Therefore, Regina asks what the Duke said about the broken engagement, to which Herman speaks of a unilateral breakup. That is, all the initiative comes from the princess. She gets angry and the question is repeated. But it seems the blue-haired woman intends to avoid answering directly. Or is this not entirely true? Feeling anxious, the girl asks what he means. Herman, at this moment, declares that his engagement is a contract concluded between the duchy and the emperor. They cannot cancel it of their own free will. To restrain herself, the protagonist bites her lip because despair overwhelms her. And then she gets defensive. She asks about Herman's friendship with another person, and in insinuations reproaches him for betrayal. The blue-haired young man just smiles, says he treats Anita like a child and a sister, and adds that these are just rumors. But Regina laughs and says what Vadis meant. She is surprised that he thought of her. This bewilders Sylvech, who seems to lack the same calm smile. And the princess adds that there are not always rumors in the palace and turns away, ending the conversation. Moreover, she adds that she will surely break the engagement. It's a matter of time. But he should know it. While German politely affirms that he hopes Regina's opinion will be taken into account. The girl herself thinks that she needs to get him to talk before the occultist makes her move. Looking at her reflection in the window, Her Majesty recalls the pain of losing her loved ones. This is not what she wants to feel again, but for now they just move on. One next to the other. And now we see a set of ingredients in different bottles and cones, all neatly arranged on the shelves. The chief physician asks Anita, whose eyes are burning, if she has all the ingredients. While the occultist examines everything, the healer introduces Percy Durantius to her. The girl looks surprised. She says she assumed he would dismiss him and leave. But the boy says he was told the opposite. The blonde smiles sweetly upon hearing the young man's speeches. He looks so sweet to the eye. Then she asks if she can ask for help, and then Percy says he is ready to help. And Anita shows him the list and tells him she needs a list of certain herbs. But when a boy loses vigilance, a thin, clean finger touches his forehead. And a spell is cast. Smiling, the occultist uses magic. It seems she doesn't need much strength to do this. And then, using her influence, she asks if the doctor knows where the Vimaldi root is located. Percy replies that he knows, but to get it, he must obtain permission from Sir Darian because it is poisonous. A slender hand gently touches the young man's face. Anita calls him by name, seeming to charm him more. And then she makes him look into her eyes. He gets carried away by the magic and asks him to get the Vimaldi root for her. The next moment, we see the chief healer leave with a promise to get what she needs. The girl laughs satisfied, glad she chose Sylvech and how easily she got into the palace. But the next moment something happens. The occultist experiences a bright flash of pain. And so it is. Staggering, Anita clutches her heart, as if struck by lightning in her chest. Covered in cold sweat, the girl resorts to her own strength, because she needs to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the doctor approaches her and asks if she is okay, concerned. The occultist replies that there is no need to worry, that she is fine, thinking there won't be another chance. Turning to the girl, the blonde introduces herself and politely asks the name of another person. We don't know the answer, but we see her finger lift for a new portion of the magic that will be created. After this, we can see the vaults of the underground prison that the princess mentioned recently. In the background conversation, they ask how long the murderer has been in this state. Now we know that the attacker was a girl. It seems Regina is the one asking about the condition of the murderer, who looks quite beaten up. During the negotiations, who is to blame and in what condition the detainee is being held is discussed. The criminal, raising her head, sees everything blurry and out of focus, until someone stomps in front of her. And then, suddenly, they lift the murderer by the hair and throw her back so that her beaten face is visible. Now it can be seen more clearly that in front of her are the princess, Knight Johan, and Herman Silvage. Regina asks if the detained girl was tortured. The guard reports that no, they haven't done it yet. And here Herman mockingly asks if it was she who hit the attacker with a chair made of strong dark wood. The swollen, beaten face of the unfortunate murderer says much more eloquently than any answer. However, she looks precisely at the girl's eyes, because memories of the past arise. Those close to her had a similar look before committing treason against her. This gives rise to certain reflections on the situation as a whole. The princess thinks that this is the influence of an occultist who is capable of influencing people and controlling them. People under such influence do not realize their own betrayal and charm. They behave naturally. She has already lost many loved ones because of this. In general, this murderer has already been left to the mercy of fate. The occultist does not need her. The only question is how to remove the hypnosis. And although it is useless to delve into this, one must still be convinced of something. She asks what Herman thinks about Emperor Bernard Alper lifting her chin with a cane. And the next moment, the red-haired girl lunges forward madly growling. Regina steps back. Behind her, Johan is clearly worried about the safety of Her Highness. While they try to restrain the criminal, the guard asks what the princess did. But she replies that she herself does not understand. After all, the point is that she was able to notice that everyone who was under the influence of such spells produced something similar. They all had the same aggressive reaction to the mention of the emperor's name. It was just unclear why none of the families, neither Silvage nor Vatties, were related in any way to the first emperor. The main character sinks into her thoughts and tries to guess the reason for this reaction. And then the guard begins to speak, saying that since His Majesty himself has undertaken the search, surely they will find the enemy. Regina, although she does not answer out loud, agrees with these words, although in private she regrets not having achieved anything by coming down here. But immediately, she notices that Herman is surprising again with his behavior. He behaves too calmly for someone who can be caught at any moment. She is also annoyed by the fact that she cannot stand that confused look. And then she realizes, this is not visible unless you look closely. However, all victims of occultists have a clouded look. If she remembers, when His Majesty met Herman, his gaze was pure. It is possible that he is also being influenced. Previously, Regina believed that the occultist was following Silvage orders, and that if everything was wrong. Now she is even ashamed that she did not try to suggest this option earlier. Clutching the cane, the girl turns to him and decides to try a new experiment. She asks what Herman thinks about the first emperor and is ready to test her assumptions. Silvage turns and looks stunned by such a question that he clearly did not expect. Regina waits, ready for a possible attack, just to see exactly how he will react. And so, the blue-haired young man opens his mouth. The girl waits excitedly, almost without breathing. But Herman suddenly just replies that he considers His Majesty an exceptional person. The princess does not give up. She keeps looking at him intently, pushing him with a question to continue. But the young man keeps uttering only words of praise towards the emperor. Regina thinks that perhaps she came up with something unnecessary, noticed something that was not actually there. But the girl is distracted from her thoughts by a strange sound, something breaking with a terrible screech. The princess turns her head toward the sound. She is frightened by what she sees. She probably won't forget this for a long time. With heart-wrenching screams, the murderous girl rushes towards her, apparently wanting to tear her apart with her own hands. With strong jerks, the red-haired criminal rushes forward, wanting to catch up with the princess. Johan, shouting to the balance, wants to protect his mistress at any cost. However, the criminal ran too fast. She ran like an animal at an incredible speed. The next moment, the queen herself strikes the attacker on the hand she was reaching out with. It's just that it seems the criminal doesn't care. She looks with the same blurry gaze. And then, to the princess's surprise, she makes a new attempt to attack and rushes forward. What happens next is that a cloak is thrown over her highness, and a terrible sound is heard. The last thing Regina can see is Sylvage's back and blood splashing. Johan turns to her, asks how she is. The girl asks him to take the cloak off, but she is refused. And then the knight simply leads the princess out of the prison through a long stone staircase. Once there, her highness takes the cloak off her head and asks at least to tell her, since she was not allowed to see what happened. Johan walks beside him, frowns slightly, and reports that Sir Sylvash hit him with a sword. The murderer is not dead yet, but will probably die soon from blood loss. Regina allows the maids to examine her while wondering how this happened. If the chains were broken by the occultist spell. She is shocked by what happened and doesn't even react to the knight's questions or apologies. Although afterwards, it is hinted whether this was done intentionally to silence the murderer forever. The next morning, the princess sits in her room, still silent. And thoughtful like yesterday. Suddenly, one announces that Lady Anita has requested an audience with the princess. The girl's voice sounds excited. And if Selma tries to question even the idea of allowing the meeting, His Majesty orders her to let her in with a wave of his hand. It seems strange that baddies decided to come to her immediately after what happened. Maybe she was planning something. To the bewilderment of the maids, Regina reports that she cannot ignore the request for a visit. Showing by her entire appearance that she is in perfect order, she orders the guests to be admitted. And so, we see Anita Baddies before us. She looks meekly from under her eyebrows at the princess. Her Majesty does not respond in the friendliest manner, trying to understand what she is doing. Ignoring unnecessary idle talk, she immediately asks why she came. And then the blonde says that she was informed about what happened. She places a certain box on the table and says that it is medicinal herbs with a calming effect. Selma accepts the gift. Her Majesty thanks her and clarifies if that's why she came. So Anita is seemingly trying to find words, revealing that indeed. There is another reason. Under the sharp and piercing gaze of the princess, the girl, choosing her words, says that she knows the criminal has died. It is noticeable from her that she struggles greatly to find the words. She is very meek and humble. But Regina is not fooled. She stops the moments when the conversation begins to ramble. Then, Vadis continues saying that she came to the palace to produce a truth serum. Even if the murderer died at that moment. The princess herself interrupts her, declares that such a serum is no longer necessary, and asks if the blonde has come to say goodbye. Immediately, Anita says that is not the reason, that they misunderstood her, and tries to continue excitedly. She adds that, if possible, she would like to get closer to her highness. Regina finds it very hard to resist. Because she cannot react to such arrogant words from someone who betrays her. She tries to explain that despite the desire to get closer, she explains that this can be misinterpreted. Baddies immediately hurries to deny the situation about the rumors. Further developing her role, she reports that Herman treats her like a little sister. And that people invented unnecessary things for themselves. This image makes Baddies incredibly happy, because what kind of older brother would allow himself to force his younger brother to control and kill people? Internally, Her Majesty wonders if this girl really expects her to show her favor. In another long sentence about the fact that there is nothing between her and German, Regina stops her and tells her that she believes there is nothing between them. Radiant with a smile, Anita begins to talk about the engagement, but Regina immediately stops her and informs her that the engagement will be cancelled anyway. Stuttering as appropriate for the role, Vadis asks the reason for this decision. This irritates the main character, but perhaps it is just in time. The time has come for her to take the step, smiling and saying out loud that since it is so interesting, she will tell you the reason. The truth is, says Her Highness, that she has fallen in love, and this causes the occultist to freeze in shock. Then it is Regina's turn to play the role. She imitates the almost demented madness of a girl in love. With her arms crossed and bright eyes, she utters phrases about butterflies. Love feelings, chirping like a canary. Moreover, the fact that we are talking about Aaron, and he is incredibly handsome, and not so indifferent to the princess, helps her to give compliments and show feelings. Without reacting to the calls, Regina continues saying that this is her first and such strong love that she doesn't care even if it's not mutual. Her sweet, overwhelming babbling surprises Anita, who looks at her as if she were completely mad. And then, turning to Vadis, Her Highness begins to utter phrases she remembered from the last novel she read. She also adds a phrase that Johan says quite often when mentioning Selma. The effect on Anita was profound. Maybe you should thank your knight for the phrase. Then, Regina touches the occultist and asks if she ever loved someone so much. And then adds that she hopes that someday the girl will be able to experience such a strong feeling. As she steps away, the princess smiles more calmly, looking at the guest for her. This is her first, albeit small, victory. Then we see baddies walking through the palace corridors. The audience with the princess is over. And now, the occultist maintains that the one who carries her blood told her about love. She remembers something and believes it to be true, blinded by love. He is ready to do crazy things and destroy everything. After all, she could get rid of him with her own hands and watch him beg God to save him. And she even created it, reaching into her pocket and carefully pulling out a certain package. And inside there is a poison prepared by her that kills anyone at the owner's request. But now it's useless because the murderer is no longer there, and this saddens the occultist. She recalls the situation that the princess developed in front of her. Phrases from other people sound in her head, words are heard. Venomously, the blonde invites her to enjoy her love while she can. After all, according to Anita's thoughts, she doesn't have much time left to love and enjoy this. She wonders if she will be able to talk about love when her feet are at her feet begging. And again, the occultist is struck by a sudden attack. Her chest fills with pain like lightning. Vadis adjusts her hair and wonders if the pain in her heart is due to the fact that she charms people too often. So far, she has only managed to control the hypnosis of 2 people in the palace. But this will not be enough. Because there are more guards, but on the other hand, it is too dangerous to take risks. They could catch you. Although if everything goes according to plan, it will be possible to win without using spells. And according to her, this is enough to wipe this place off the face of the earth. At the same time, in the security office, the tense atmosphere could be cut with a knife. The Imperial Guard captain, Albert, bursts out shouting, not knowing what to do with the fact that Herman took and killed the prisoner. The deputy captain, Gibson, says that they say Duke Sylphage protected the princess. But the elder is not satisfied. But he protected the princess, but he did not need to kill the captive. He demands to look at the pile of documents that now clutter his desk because of what happened. There are many, one could say critical, and there is an awkward pause among them. And then he complains that he cannot understand it. Then he visits Her Majesty and informs her that he is leaving his post. Gibson murmurs quietly that he is surprised. His head sometimes works as it should, and he dismisses Albert's attempt to ask again. And then an audience with the Emperor, where the Imperial Guard captain reports what happened. Albert says that he must take responsibility for this. But he is told to leave. The Emperor continues, nothing can be done since the murderer is dead. He gives instructions to find out how she got to the ball. The guard captain did not expect such a conclusion, as shown by the expression on his face. By the way, this confusion does not leave him later when he tells Gibson what happened. While the deputy captain tries to appease him and tells him that he will buy the captain a beer. Albert believes that he should go back and insist. He tries to explain that he should insist on his dismissal, but the younger one assures him that he should not. After all, the arguments that Albert presents are regular and therefore, he calmly rejects them. He recalls what the princess did at the banquet and announced the termination of the engagement. The guard captain seems immersed in this memory, trying to understand her attitude towards so much nobility. He is trying to make it clear that Her Majesty really hates him since she did such a thing. He also recalls the fact that Herman is believed to be deceiving the princess. Albert sympathizes with this. He immediately wonders if he should break into Silvatch's duchy and defeat them. But then Gibson reminds him of his possible resignation again. It seems that the more reserved deputy captain manages to appeal to logic and suggests returning to work. At that moment, the princess asks one, what about the rumors about her now? And if she wanted to answer just like that, then, right there, under Selma's menacing gaze, she timidly mumbles something inaudible. But the princess herself is happy with this turn. She believes that rumors should have appeared due to the sudden termination of the engagement and the beating of the murderer with a chair. But an oppressive silence reigns in the room, and the princess freezes in surprise. Addressing the maid, she asks why she didn't say anything while Selma signals her that she shouldn't. This makes Regina puff out her cheeks with irritation. Apparently, she didn't try hard enough if they didn't start talking about her changes. Taking her cup of tea, Her Highness decides that it is worth provoking conversations about herself. Turning her head, the girl casts a brief glance at the door, knowing what is behind them. Herman and Johann are behind them. You must get rid of Silvetch as quickly as possible to re-establish communication between the knight and Selma. Then she asks Selma how the investigation is going, and she replies that nothing significant has been found so far. Of course, since the servants were under hypnosis, it is not surprising that nothing was found. The second question is whether the emperor made any statement about her engagement. And the answer is again negative, no. Then she shouts whether the engagement will be broken if she breaks into Silvatch's duchy and throws chairs at them. Selma says that in that case, she will tear out her tongue and die. Regina notes the maid's desire for violence and says that she is restraining herself. But she wants to make it clear how seriously she is speaking. The princess then comments that she respects her and needs to ask her about an audience with her father. When Selma asks about the reason for the visit, he says he wants to throw a chair at her. And this provokes a new outburst of indignation from the maid. While continuing to calmly drink aromatic tea, the girl declares that she is joking. But the servant has doubts about it. The door is knocked, and they say that the direction is from the emperor himself, and the visitor is allowed entry. When the door opens, German enters the princess's chambers and walks straight towards her. The next moment, the emperor's maid stands in front of the girl, looking at her. And behind Regina herself, German and Johann took their places, whom they now protect from any possible threat. His Highness wonders if the emperor wants to see her, and privately wonders if he is the real enemy. However, then we see that the princess was simply invited to a joint dinner. Both her father and her brother are here. With a sigh, the girl decides that she can endure such an event, even despite the fact that Silvetch is nearby. But there is one detail that inexpressibly outrages the main character, such an annoying detail. She does not understand what this damned occultist is doing here, at her family's table. Now everyone is sitting at the table, the imperial family, the emperor, Thier, Regina. Their defenders Herman and Aaron, and suddenly Anita. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a fork suddenly thrown on the table. The oppressive silence sounds loud. Rudely, Thier demands to stop wasting time and start the conversation now. Regina is clearly delighted by this, her little brother. She finds him very cute. It is true that the emperor immediately tries to correct and control him, informing him that this is an official dinner. Thier declares that everyone understands that a conversation should take place here. He notes that his sister has already finished eating. She agrees with him. And then she looks towards the opposite side of the table, clearly feeling the tension getting stronger. After all, Aaron, Anita, and Herman are sitting there and looking at her with no less interest. So, the emperor finally declares that they have decided to stop the investigation into the assassination attempt. The princess says there are no more leads, so it turns out everything is over. And it's true, she didn't expect any results from the investigation, even though she knew the culprits. There are only two problems left that are currently in front of her. However, the emperor continues, one must be careful. Here the prince boils over, shouting that this could have been conveyed through the servants. The father yells at Thier, and he gets indignant. Why yell? He can be heard perfectly well. It is amusing for Regina to see this. It seems that Bernard is facing the fruits of his upbringing. However, she gets up from her seat, walks up to her brother and looks at him expressively. He immediately starts to sweat cold. That smile on his sister's face bodes no good. And although they are a short distance away, Thier can easily imagine how they could beat him. As the prince capitulates, the princess asks him if she understood correctly that they no longer need sirs. Herman and Aaron. The latter looks at her somehow especially piercingly. But the girl herself does not notice. And she continues to ask if Lady Anita will leave the palace soon now that everything is over. And then suddenly a hand rises. It seems a question has arisen that the occultist is about to ask. Catching attention, the girl says she would like to say something now. The emperor is distracted from his conversation with his daughter and turns his head, paying attention to Vades. She asks to be allowed to stay in the palace to learn more about healing herbs from the doctors. The man clarifies whether the girl discussed this topic with the chief physician Darien, and she assures that he agrees with the emperor's consent. Yes, it seems that with her charm, this girl can convince anyone of what she wants. Regina intervenes and says that in this way the doctor was trying to refuse the request. Otherwise, he himself would have come with the request. Oh, it seems Anita didn't expect this, and all because Her Majesty doesn't let herself be fooled by this pretty face. The princess consolidates the result, turning to her father for confirmation of her words. The emperor agrees with the logic of this. Then this traitor's plan collapsed. She could only bite her lip in frustration. Her Highness thinks that she will not allow neither the traitor Herman nor the damned occultist to stay in the palace. Stopping Anita's attempt to argue, Regina diverts her father's attention and asks him why they were all summoned in the end. Here, the emperor informs that despite no longer needing protection, he will still spend time with Herman. This news shocks the princess. She looks at her father in horror, not believing what is happening. At least 3 times a week, this is the decree. The girl tightens her fork, suppressing an outburst of anger, deciding to clarify the reason. The father continues by saying that despite their long engagement, they barely saw each other. It seems the emperor is going to continue, however. Regina does not restrain herself and jumps from her seat. And then she screams with all her might that she refuses, and that she has already said she has broken the engagement. The emperor declares that he has heard that there is no connection between Lady Anita and Sir Herman other than almost a familial one. But Regina continues saying that was not the reason for ending the engagement. And the question arises as to why. At that moment, Thier looks in shock at the militant sister, who states that she was not happy from the beginning, and that she then had to obey. Bernard declares that his order has not changed now, but the princess says it has changed. And she refuses. There are words that she should marry Silvage, but when they are asked why, they only say it is necessary. A movement of the hand knocks over a glass of wine, a beautiful dress gets stained. But no attention is paid to it. Because Regina declares that, since the alliance with the Silvages is so important, that he concludes it himself. She says that Duke Silvage can adopt his eldest daughter, then they will have nothing to lose. Because she will become empress. When they call her, Her Majesty screams louder that they are doing whatever they please with her marriage. And talking about it angers her. Sighing frustrated and tired, the emperor tries to calm his daughter and asks her to stop. But there is no way to avoid it. It seems Regina's courage and determination can only be envied. She looks angrily at her father and tells him she will break the engagement. Her anger could burn this palace down in minutes if it were on fire. Getting up from the table, she repeats behind him, adding that whoever previously ignored her requests did not deserve to ask. And then the girl heads for the exit, when, without turning around, she calls out to Aaron. And he gets up from his seat. And then he calls his younger brother, Thier, who immediately looks at his sister even more surprised. And Regina calls them, asks them to follow her right now. This seems like an important moment. Theor looks at his older sister and sobs intensely as he realizes she is making a decision. The next moment, a small hand confidently fits into another, and delicate little girl's fingers squeeze it. And so, these three leave the dining room majestically and according to etiquette, at least in this. Then they left the hallway. They were already walking down a hallway. Now the emotions have calmed down, and it seems worth explaining. Regina says that if this doesn't suit her, she can complain too. This is possible. The brother immediately asks for clarification about what she should complain about. He looks closely, and the princess continues calmly and judiciously, saying that she refers to her engagement, which is about to happen. Only now does the boy realize what his sister was referring to and looks at her while continuing to squeeze her hand. Only now does he understand how important, necessary, and dear his sister is to him. Apparently. Now Theor squeezes her hand in return, not only with firmness and tenacity, but carefully. And affection, realizing that he is under her protection, has been and will be. And then he responds that he is generally satisfied with everything. Regina clarifies if this is true. Responding with a grunt of confirmation, smiling tenderly, the girl says she is glad that if this is really the case, they can move forward. At that moment, Aaron, walking behind them, looks at them holding hands. This whole situation, this conversation, and what is happening between brother and sister makes one think about something. The next morning, Regina, as if nothing had happened, feels very carefree. Although she was in charge of the palace affairs when she was regent, she also took fencing lessons with her younger brother. Now you can calmly sunbathe and drink a cup of aromatic tea. The only concern, of course, is that the rumors about her are generally spreading quite badly. Also, it would be nice if Herman stopped visiting her 3 times a week. I'm tired of shooing away the emperor's servants, but when will they finally give up? Well, it seems the time has come to make your move. Clearly, there is no other way. Regina tells Selma that she needs to write a letter. She has been preparing the bait for a long time. And it's time for the trap. When Her Majesty asks if anyone wants to write something related to the maid, she replies that she knows it's for Sir Aaron. This amuses the protagonist. She tries to understand if Selma is angry and asks about it. For some reason, the princess is amused by how angry the maid is. But she still does the job, she is so cute. After asking the girl if she is upset about the termination of the engagement, Regina hears that she does not want to get involved in the mistress's affairs. It seems her maid is definitely angry. She wonders how this is possible. She doesn't understand how she can be so attached to Sir Aaron that she almost bursts into tears, which makes Johan laugh nervously. Selma looks at the knight. He blushes, and the princess explains that she needs all this love for the sake of the legend, and furthermore, she asked about Westine. But the maid seems unable to accept this, and if the roles were reversed, Regina and Aaron. The princess wonders what would happen if Sir confessed his love to her, and with that face. Thoughts like these seem maddening to her. She complains that she cannot imagine why she still wants to live, and adds to herself that for now, she can only calmly look at the bottom of his face. What a daring thought to imagine that Aaron is in love with her, considering she can't even look at him calmly. And then Selma declares that even thinking about this could cause her a heart attack. Then she adds that her main goal is to make Theor the next emperor. And by any means necessary. The princess tries to add the idea that even without a wedding, he will be her love for everyone. But the girl argues and mentions morality. But at the mention of lowering the bar, Regina smiles. Her brother is trash, and she hits him with a truncheon. There are no daredevils who would tell her that. It seems the mention of the club causes a culture shock in Selma, and she personally burns it. The maid asks her lady what problems Sir Aaron will have to face. And the princess complains that she hasn't done anything yet. But she argues, says that a mountain of problems has already been created. But Regina simply ignores him and declares that only now will she start playing big. The time has come to show everyone that she is in love with Weston. The main thing is that everyone else believes it. and she assures that if Selma doesn't want to believe her, at least one must believe in the beauty of the young man's face. The maid excitedly asks if the emperor will be angry because his daughter will see Aaron instead of Herman. They simply ignore this, because according to the princess, there is nothing to worry about. Because they have Theor, which further bewilders Selma, who has to see the prince involved. Only Regina says she thought of everything long ago. And then there is a story that says that it seems that, in the imperial palace, not even a dog barks without permission. So where did the prince get all those bad words from? So, Her Majesty replies that the matter is clear. The boy escapes through the dog's den and walks where he pleases. The point is that the princess caught her brother in a past life, coming out of that hole when he was trying to smuggle his belongings. Then the older sister almost died from the shock she experienced. The news was not pleasant. The servants are surprised and ask if the lady is going to use that hole to meet Sir Aaron. And in response, there are such careless arguments that dogs don't even use that hole. And if they do, they are so cute. In response to Johan's desperate plea to bring the lady to reason, she learns that the knight himself used this hole for his own purposes. At that moment, the princess hands the letter to him and asks one to deliver it, to then return and begin the preparations she requested. Then Regina asks Johan to tell his brother that she wants to meet him, while Selma, still in shock, appeals to reason. However, they do not listen to her, and the protagonist herself decides that she should also start preparing. Meanwhile, we are transported to the castle of the Duchy of Bistain. Aaron received a letter and is sitting on the sofa reading it. He frowns slightly, reading the lines of the letter again and again. It is somehow strange. However, in the letter itself, besides the playful speech, there is a postscript asking him if he wants to play with fire. So what will he decide? Struggling with her eyelashes, Regina fearfully reports that she couldn't sleep at the thought of meeting him. Aaron looks at the princess and experiences some mixed feelings because of this. He doesn't fully comprehend the sincerity of her words and actions, whether she was really worried about meeting him. Or the real reason for the girl's bad dream is that it's about the offer to play with fire. There is a pause between them. The blonde looks at the girl, not understanding where all this is going. Dissatisfied, Regina comments that he shouldn't stand like a pillar, but that he can start behaving as if there were no other option. Having heard the consent to continue the game, the main character smiles satisfied, squinting as if under the sun. She continues by saying that today she took special time to choose her outfit, and asks for his opinion. As the girl freezes and shows off, the young blonde also stands like a pillar and examines the princess's outfit. Yes, of course, the princess remembers that Aaron is not at all interested in a relationship and was clearly not dating. But while he thinks, for some reason, Her Highness feels too uncomfortable. However, the blonde breaks the silence and asks for permission to take the umbrella from her hands. And he does it carefully. And then he opens the umbrella, raising it so skillfully that it looks so beautiful, although it doesn't seem like a flashy gesture. It seems the young man's thoughts led him not so much to praise, but to act taking into account the scorching sun. Next, Aaron holds an umbrella over them to protect them from the bright sun. Regina looks at him intently, as if trying to feel and understand this moment. And then she bursts into a smile, no less bright than the rays that wouldn't give respite if not for the blonde's actions. After thanking him, the girl asks him if he has had lunch yet, and he affirms that he has reserved a table for them at the restaurant. Regina asks Aaron to have a little more patience with her, warning that today the rumors will spread even further. The young blonde looks at her and asks about the rumors. It seems he doesn't quite get the point. But the princess says that, of course, the rumors will spread because the princess will immediately be recognized, at least by her violet eyes. So it turns out that as soon as they walk through the main square, people immediately start whispering around them. Recognizing the princess, the main character explains that her mission is to spread among the people the rumor that Her Majesty is having fun with an attractive man immediately after breaking the engagement. It is precisely these rumors that will not allow either the emperor or Silvech himself to turn a blind eye to the situation. Oh, how the girl longs to anger her ex-fiancé. This thought simply warms better than a blanket. When the couple meets in a restaurant, Regina feeds the young man with a sweet smile. Afterwards, already walking down the street, she, incredibly smitten, hangs on his arm. Hugging. But suddenly, an unplanned moment happens while walking. She stumbles. But the next moment, we see Erin checking her leg for a bruise. Or a severe dislocation. The girl thanks him. The blonde says there is nothing wrong with it, and now we are convinced that Johan and Yuna have been watching them this whole time. Furthermore, they are already traveling together in a carriage. The sun is sinking lower and lower below the horizon. The princess's knight can breathe a sigh of relief, but the maid wants to have a good time. The surveillance is coming to an end. Now our couple is left alone. They travel together in a carriage in the direction previously chosen by Regina. Regina. Bastain asks if the princess is okay, with a knight secretly following her. And a maid. Then the girl sighs irritably and says that Yuna reminds her more and more of Selma. Then the question is addressed to the knight. Regarding Johan, the answer is that if she allowed him to accompany them, then Selma would really start hating him. In fact, Regina wants Johan and Selma to be together, even if secretly from others. While thinking about the princess's plan, she suddenly remembers that she is worried about Sir Aaron's reputation. Suddenly, the blonde's calm voice distracts him from his thoughts. He asks her if there is something wrong with her face. The main character immediately ignores that question, but lets slip a stupid question. Her beauty is too much. Looking into her eyes, the young man can't help it, and this beauty is almost blinding. Needless to say, Regina has to go through another panic at such beauty. However, the girl realizes that if her attractiveness were not so strong, those phrases could generate many rumors around her. After a self-assured answer, that he only says what he himself believes, a palpable silence ensues. And awkward. Of course, Aaron's answers are always self-assured and stubborn. But there is a grain of truth in them. He is not lying. Finally, they arrive at Aaron's estate. It turned out to be farther away than expected, but definitely abandoned. This place served as a sanatorium and was built several generations ago for the treatment of his sick daughter. Located on the outskirts and far away. Emerging from her memories, Regina tries to push aside the images of the past that loom in her head. And so, the carriage stops. It seems they have finally reached the indicated spot. Aaron and Regina are side by side and look at the estate. The girl looks around the estate and admits out loud that it is more beautiful than she thought. Suddenly, the young man's gaze finds unusual objects. He immediately asks what those boxes are. Then, His Highness informs that they are for them. Everything in these boxes is for fireworks. It seems it took a lot of effort and persuasion for one to deliver everything needed on time. By the way, it was this maid who was asking about the not-so-romantic planned event. Suddenly, Aaron asks if that was what playing with fire meant. But the princess rejects such an assumption, saying that fireworks are not exactly what was meant. Bastain's interest forces him to insist on an answer, and he asks again what was meant by this then. Smiling mysteriously, the girl asks him her question, asking if he would like to know what she had in mind. And then comes the answer that Aaron certainly could not have imagined. Regina plans to burn this property down today. It seems the blonde is perplexed as to how one can decide to arrange such a thing. But when questioned, he receives the same answer again. She will burn the property down to the ground. And now there is so much enthusiasm and fun in the girl's voice. She is full of energy and pleasure over what is happening. And then she extends her hands forward and says that she plans to show some beautiful fireworks to the man she loves. There is a laugh, violet eyes wondering if Aaron is really ready to play with fire. She immediately clarifies that this action can officially be called a confession that she has become a scoundrel. From a past life, the girl remembered that when Thier was 14 years old, he went alone to Kenia Castle. And this unpleasant boy, who was already making a lot of noise and fuss, did something. Probably the dirtiest move he has ever made. That is, he burned Kenia Castle to the ground. Yes, on purpose, without hiding the fact that he did it intentionally. Upon learning what happened, Regina felt despair, agony, and horror, but now it's her turn to play dirty tricks. Aaron looks at the girl, then at the estate, and then at her again. Until a certain point, he still hoped this was a joke. But the boy finds the words. He confirms that it is indeed an explicit declaration, which makes the princess rejoice. She thinks the plan is truly beautiful. And the place was chosen for a reason. It is not too far from the imperial palace. After all, rumors about the incident with Kenia Castle spread for quite a while because the castle was far away. But in Regina's plans, for the rumors to spread as quickly as possible, everyone should find out how it has deteriorated. And furthermore, there is another reason that helped decide the location. Everything happened before the girl's rebirth. An incident occurred that affected both the guests of the estate and the neighbors in the nearby villages who passed away. People were dying from an unknown illness. According to rumors, one of the estate's visitors became its carrier. As a result, it was only possible to stop the spread of the disease after burning down Duran's estate and the nearby villages. That is, if the disease still takes hold of the property, it is better to get rid of it quickly. There is another reason, and that is if the flame is lit correctly, the area is surrounded by a lake. Now the girl looks at the contents of the bags and the box, wondering if everything will be enough. While they ask Bastain not to worry and to help with the ignition, Aaron assesses the degree of consideration of the plan. It becomes very interesting, comparing the facts of how long Her Highness started planning this. However, he only responds by agreeing to help with the ignition as requested without complaining. It is true that it is unclear if the idea will fade, but the princess calmly states that the inhabitants of the nearby villages will surely notice that the estate is on fire. Then suddenly, the girl asks the young man to step away for a while. It sounds strange, but he fulfills the request. Honestly, I cannot imagine what else this girl was up to. When Regina says she can turn around, she shows him that the skirt could be detached from the dress. Now she is in trousers. Such a transformation seems surprising to Sir Aaron, what women's clothing is capable of. Full of energy and enthusiasm, the girl says it seems it's time to get to work. Just by looking at the blonde, one can notice his usual consideration. And then, as she picks up one of the boxes, she contemplates his beauty again. With a smile, the princess is once again glad she chose him for the feigned love story. Good dry firewood has already been placed. Now it is generously poured with flammable liquid. Regina reports that oil should also be added in the basement. The blonde points out that the fire will gradually increase. 2 buckets will be enough. Then they go down to the basement together, lighting the way with torches. As they go up the stairs, the young man pushes the girl aside and asks if she has been here recently. After receiving a negative answer, he points out visible marks on the hallway floor. This is surprising because the estate is property of the imperial family. Someone dared. The tracks are quite recent. And then, suddenly, another assumption occurs to the girl that she hadn't had before due to lack of evidence. No one ever discovered the cause of the epidemic. 2 more years must pass before these events. However, the feeling of a strange premonition does not leave. Paranoia does not let go. It wraps around like a suffocating wave, alarmingly disturbing the heart. The girl once again finds memories from another life before her rebirth. This time, the facts relate to her brother. For some reason, I remember the younger brother who was killed at the coronation ceremony. And then the image of an occultist appears in my head, hated with all my soul. Smiling with a grin. Regina is still tormented by anxiety and paranoia. It suffocates her, and she tells him this is not a clean affair. At that moment, Sir Aaron says he wants to check who the tracks belong to. And he asks for consent to check it first. Surprisingly, the girl does not argue. Then the blonde also asks her to be alert and stay behind him. They all go down. More and more, the young man brings his finger to his lips, asking for silence. And when they find the basement door, he kicks it down with a strong kick. Now we can see who dared to violate the law and enter the property, without the permission of the imperial family. Regina's violet eyes open in shock, revealing her obvious surprise. They discover a living room. It has clearly been visited more than once, and not long ago because in the middle of the hallway there was a lit fire. But there is one more terrible discovery. The guy approaches a brown puddle near the fire and looks at the blood on his fingers. On closer inspection, he reports that it is monster blood, and the girl notes with irritation that she is glad it is not human. As befits a noble father caring for the girl, Aaron says that if Regina is not used to it, then she shouldn't look at this. But suddenly, he hears movement behind him and sharply turns around to check what is wrong. To his surprise, the princess does not retreat scared towards the door or the stairs. Not at all. Instead, the girl is incredibly calm. She is already calmly exploring this place without complaining, as if she were used to this. Which is surprising for a lady who grew up inside the palace. At that moment, Her Highness calls him and tells him there seems to be something here. Perhaps evidence. She tries to draw his attention to the floor regarding the location of the blood. The girl determined the possible presence of a secret passage or hole. Approaching the indicated spot, the future duke asks not to come closer. It is too dangerous. And then he draws his sword from its sheath and, with evident effort, tries to open the secret passage he has found. And this is not without effort, but still it turns out that there really is a secret hole in front of them. But the most surprising thing is that there is a staircase underneath leading even further down. Aaron asks Her Highness if there was a spiral staircase in the estate, and the answer is no. Regina reports that such buildings are not typical of imperial buildings, and thinks it is illogical to build a secret dungeon if the basement was used to create the virus. But it seems this is not the only finding today, as some noises are heard. The princess exchanges surprised glances with the blonde, wondering if the one who lit the fire is still here. But the fact that monster blood was found not long ago is also scary. Strange sounds come from behind the wooden door located at the end of the stairs. Below, illuminating their way with a torch, our couple rushes forward, wanting to find out who is in the hidden dungeon. And what they see plunges them into obvious shock. It seems they have found the monster whose blood was spilled upstairs. The hand carefully touches the fur, black as night itself, stroking it gently. It seems it is now clear to whom the blood belonged, because it was cruelly pumped out. Regina suggests that the sound they heard was the last breath of the murdered creature. But Aaron does not think so. He notices movement under the beast's large body. Pulling back the skin, he reveals that two puppies are hiding under the dead creature. It is now clear that the sounds heard were the cries of still small animals. When the princess takes one of them, the blonde becomes interested in her plans, and the girl says she will take responsibility for them. As sad as it is, when the girl takes the puppy in her arms, it becomes clear that they are still very small. Sadly, Her Highness allows them to sniff their dead mother, and this sight tightens her heart. The babies lick their mother's face, apparently trying to get attention. To wake them up, they pour oil in the room, which they also found on the dead animal. Regina swears that she will take care of the animals. And then, Bastane and Her Highness leave the estate and head to the main entrance from where the fire is planned to start. The princess holds two small animals in one hand and a torch in the other. At that moment, the princess realizes that, on second thought, he never answered her. She asks again the question she tried to find out earlier: does the father like to play with fire? Throwing a torch onto the prepared and oil-soaked firewood, the girl hears that he has never done this before. Then the second question is asked: what about the fireworks? Then the young blonde says he prefers them. To this, Regina cheerfully comments that he then sees the sky, looking over her shoulder with a slight smile. At this moment, bright lights flash over the territory, applause is heard. And the fireworks begin. But the princess continues by saying that if he got the sky, she will get the property. After watching the fireworks and the fire burning over the estate, they are already looking from the other side of the bridge. Regina becomes interested in the young man's opinion of the spectacle. Then, Her Highness turns to him again, trying to clarify his opinion. If he thinks the rumors will spread quickly. Instead of answering, Erin asks the girl why she didn't set fire to the same place she found in the basement. The girl smiles. We notice something in her hand. She replies that she needs to know who is behind all this. And as soon as she returns, she will order an investigation into this, already holding the vial found in the basement in front of him. Once again, the question is whether she fears that the fire will not leave the basement, that everything will burn to the ground. And Her Highness recalls circumstances from her past life. The epidemic ended with the burning of the estate, which means that if the same person was behind it, then everything should be in order. She doesn't realize that the blonde turns his gaze towards her, observing her with interest. He examines her. At that moment, Regina is standing holding the puppies, and she herself shines under the fireworks. She shines brightly. While Her Highness thinks that perhaps Kenya estate looks better, it seems the young man notices someone. He reacts instantly, drawing his sword from its sheath and rushing forward. Asking who is there. In an orderly tone, he barks for the uninvited guests to appear before him immediately. But in front of them are the neighbors from the surrounding villages, who say they came to put out the fire. Regina looks at them and asks them with concern to forgive her for the trouble she caused. But in response, the villagers fall on their faces in front of her, bowing down, clearly recognizing who is in front of them. Apparently the principal, or the chief, says that he can determine who is in front of them by the purple color of their eyes, and by the fact that there is only one princess. To this, Her Majesty generously informs them that they can raise their heads. Furthermore, she immediately apologizes for this. While the children admire the fireworks, the old man asks why they are apologizing. At that moment, the girl with a smile on her face reports that the arson and the resulting fire were her doing. And then she points to her companion and tells him that she wanted to arrange the best fireworks display in the empire for Sir Aaron. Looking at the people, the princess thinks that despite the unforeseen circumstances, everything is going according to plan. However, suddenly, the girl notices that her mother and father have lost the black smudges from their faces. The woman touches her face in shock, and then the man's, making sure her daughter's words are correct. The villagers look at each other joyfully. They are happy and hug each other. It seems they are happy about the liberation. Then, Regina says out loud that she was right, that it really was about the property. Hearing her words, the old man surprisingly concludes that the emperor's daughter burned the property to get rid of them. He now has no doubt that Her Highness, like an angel, saved the emperor, instructed her brother. And now she saved them too. According to the man's thoughts, the princess went so far for their sake, even though she would probably anger her father, and even came up with a false reason for what she did. It seems this old man is determined to prevent false rumors from spreading, and vile ones about her. But Regina believes the opposite, that the rumor that the unpleasant lady burned the entire property will reach every house in the empire. It seems all this fuss, and the topic of rumors caused stupor and indignation in Bastien. He says it would be good if everything went according to plan, but nevertheless, he cannot come to an agreement. They interrupt him in an attempt to calm him down. And in the background, the estate agonizingly burns, and the sky is beautifully illuminated with fireworks. That they will return ensuring the flames do not reach the forest. Then we are transported to the Duchy of Silvash, where Anita demands that Herman repeat his words. And he repeats what he said, that the princess burned Durin's property while she was playing with fireworks. Even that place, everything was burned to the ground. The occultist starts screaming and jumps from her seat. What is her plan then? She is beside herself with anger. However, Herman only shrugs, and with humility in his voice and eyes, replies that he is sorry. Anita screams like a siren that the only thing they had to do was release the nightmare. Finally recovering, the blonde asks if Herman can find another wolf. But he reports that there is not enough time for that. Clenching her fist, the occultist laments that none of this would have happened if she had known the imperial family's second name. Then the girl asks the next more urgent question, how to wash the duke, and the answer is heard that he is close to the desired state. The questions do not cease. The blonde, squinting her eyes, asks how things are going with the Duchess, to which the clear answer is that it won't work for Lady Silvage. Then the girl adds that if her mother becomes friends with Lady Bistain, she will give them flowers from Danaland. And then, approaching the window, Anita clarifies if the princess still refuses to see Herman, and says that this issue has clearly been settled, to which an alternative is offered, winning the favor of the emperor himself. According to the occultist, for Barnard it is important to maintain a balance between the Silvages and the Bistains. Herman looks at the fragile girl, standing near the window, and no longer answers her. We see his beautiful eyes. They are clearly clouded. And it seems this is due to the influence of another person, because Silvage says he will carry out the order. Anita, looking out the window, says that this princess must be dealt with as soon as possible. The girl opens the window and approaches when the young man says he will take care of it. Thin and fragile fingers, too fast and abruptly, as if a snake were attacking. They grabbed a thin branch and broke it. When the blonde turns to Sir Herman, she holds a beautiful flower in her hand. She smiles and tells him that she trusts him. A beautiful cup falls onto a saucer with a loud clatter. The boy screams, indignant that Durin's property was burned to the ground. Then he asks what all this is for, because he is sitting in front of his sister in a pink robe. They are having tea. But that's not all. The tea party is a veiled and demonstrative distraction event so that the youngest can take the antidote. It seems that despite the various exquisitely prepared delicacies, Tior is outraged. By convincing him to take the antidote from Danilov's flowers, the sister offers him an alternative: to bring a tuk-tuk, as she calls it, to his cane. In fact, the girl thinks she is offended because she was punished, and in a past life, Tior got away with a similar incident. The sister decides to guess the reason for the displeasure. She blames it on the dog burrows being blocked, and it turns out she is right. The girl laughs at this, immediately points out that he must choose his words when speaking to her, and offers to look for new ones. She gives ideas that old holes can be replaced with new ones, and finds arguments for her brother's attempts to argue. Furthermore, Tior smiles radiantly and calmly and informs her that he will surely take her with him next time. Regina pulls him closer. She asks him if he has been to the night market and gets a negative answer while squeezing his cheek. Then it's time to get motivated. She says she will take him if he successfully passes the history exam today. To this, the prince suddenly throws his sister out of his chambers, which puts her in a state of stupor. But Thera clarifies that if he needs to pass the test with great success, then he needs to prepare. And she must leave. The princess freezes for a couple of moments at such arguments. There is a pause. But then she laughs, cheerfully realizing that her brother is not capricious or angry at all. And of course she leaves Tior's chambers, heading home, walking through the palace corridors. Regina struggles to control herself. She has to bite her lip and clench her hands. She cannot believe that Trash's brother's mouth uttered those words. Now, the princess asks Selma about Sir Aaron's schedule, and she informs her that he is training with soldiers in the duchy. It is respectful to train other soldiers at that age, but he deserves everything. It is his premature death that really worries her. Thinking about this, the girl once again makes the promise to save his life this time. The maid asks if the lady really needs to leave today, and Regina confirms that she promised Bistain. The eldest maid is indignant about this, as not even one day has passed since the punishment. But that is why the princess needs this outing. Buckling the sword belt on her hip that holds the cane, the princess warns that she will return by noon. Smiling in an extremely playful and coquettish manner, she asks if Selma needs any gifts brought back. To this, the maid only covers her face with the palm of her hand and asks to stay close tonight. Johann and Sir Aaron. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Bistain Duchy estate, where a problem seems to have arisen. The Duke's eldest son reflects on the rumors that the princess is in love, and the breaking of her engagement. But the next moment, someone violates his privacy by knocking on the door. The younger brother enters the room and immediately asks why he was called. The question arises whether he really plans to meet Her Highness today. Aaron confirms. correcting only that the prince will still be there. This leaves the older brother in a state of stupor, but the younger one explains that the princess promised to show his brother the market. The adult man who laments says he didn't think the day would come when he would sigh upon seeing his brother's face. But at Aaron's smile, the older brother explains that it's not about the girl's sighs of love. The time comes, and Gills asks if it is true that the younger one is involved with the princess. He only replies that he doesn't understand. When asked angrily why he hangs out with Her Highness then, he says it just happens that way. But this is baffling. Someone who is not interested in a relationship is playing a dirty trick with the Emperor's own daughter. It just seems that Giles is getting it, even if not immediately, but at least this way. He is asked if Aaron is helping to break off the engagement with Herman, and he looks away and tries to deny it. Next are assumptions. Maybe the youngest decided to drive his fans away this way. Faced with this assumption, Aaron completely hides his gaze, which looks very suspicious. Finally, the Duke's youngest son replies that it was an order, and that after the scandal with the princess, hardly any other woman would be willing to come near. They scold him. They say he is doing something wrong, to which the young man apologizes and seems embarrassed. Questions follow about whether there are any feelings between them in this case, and confirmation of this is heard. This calms Gills somewhat. However, he asks him to behave in such a way that he does not hurt Her Highness. Seeing that the latter is not entirely clear, the man decides to convey his thoughts a little differently. He speaks so carefully and insinuatingly that it seems Aaron doesn't even breathe while listening to someone else's speech. He wonders what he would do if, hypothetically, the princess developed feelings for him. The Veston estate itself, everything seems calm and peaceful. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. But Aaron, who has gone down to the first floor, is surprised to see whom he sees in front of him. In front of him is his father, Belize and Vestane, Duke, who unexpectedly returned home. They exchange brief comments like robots, from which it appears that the mother was worried about returning due to rumors. Then the eldest son comes down, sees his father, and learns that dinner will be served soon. It is clear that Belize communicates with everyone with brief comments, calling his son by name and saying the name of the one he is asking about. Gills says that Uncle Egil left on business to protect the Emperor at dawn. Next, a question to Aaron and the boarder. They reply that upon coming of age, they will go to their uncle. The servant watching this wonders how they can understand each other with such communication. And Aaron reflects on the fact that he will be able to go to the border after completing the contract with the princess. And then an encounter with Her Majesty, who greets him friendly with the palm of her hand, attracting his attention. The girl calls him, as always, dragging him into a completely wild adventure, smiling radiantly. He notes to himself the color of the princess's dress, and she loudly congratulates him without hesitation. Without ceasing to smile, Her Majesty informs him that she is planning a short outing, and asks if he would mind having a snack. Suddenly, Regina places a small bouquet of flowers on his vest and remembers Gil's recent question about relationships. The bouquet seems to emphasize their closeness, while the young man himself notices that this girl is different from all the people he has ever become close to. Realizing another person's, especially attentive and tenacious gaze upon herself, Her Majesty freezes. Noticing that Aaron is sweating, the princess reaches out and wipes the sweat with a handkerchief. And the young man himself thinks about her attitude towards his caresses, while the girl points out that it is true for him that he shouldn't wear that kind of outfit only in summer. Bastane thinks his own thoughts. Looking at Regina with slightly clouded eyes, he believes that Regina treats him like a family member, or even more. While someone else's handkerchief wipes his cheek, Aaron sinks deeper into his thoughts. The young man tries to uncover the deep causes of this attitude. She probably treats him like a work of art, admiring, contemplating, observing sideways with such delight without hiding. For example, Regina doesn't let you walk on the side where carriages pass. She protects you. And besides, she refuses the umbrella and offers to keep it with a smile. I recall phrases in which she compared him to a work of art. At the same time, the girl wondered if he was drinking the tea she gave him. Aaron confirms that he liked the tea, just like his father and brother. Then Regina clarifies when the Duke returned. Duke Vestine, a great warrior who only serves the Emperor, is called the unbreakable wall of Ilias. In a past life, Regina remembers that after the loss of her children, brother, and wife, he weakened and soon died. It was hard to believe, like a bad dream, knowing that she was devoted to the Emperor and fled without Vestine. Dark times came, where power passed into the hands of the Silvages, the entire unstable empire. Of course, His Majesty now wants to trust the heir, who is changing, and perhaps change the fate of the empire. Aaron's call distracts her from these thoughts when she is asked what she was thinking about. She shrugs and says she remembers the sad events. Regina believes that since Egil did not go to the border, Aaron will not follow her. She wants to save the young man. She realizes that the Silvages will not only give up on the Bistanes, but that protecting their military power is important for her. Only then can the princess adequately resist the attacks of the Silvages. Suddenly, the girl asks if the young man's sword is all right and says she would like to gift him a new one. And then she squeaks again that, following the legend of an unrequited girl in love, she should have been secretly given a sword. Immediately, laughing foolishly, she asks Sir Aaron to forget what she just said. But the blonde again looks at the girl with special seriousness, feeling anxious. I remember my brother's question about what he would do if Her Highness developed feelings for him. What would he do? Looking away, Aaron grips the umbrella tighter and decides this will not happen. He believes she will never have feelings, but what about the princess herself? Looking at her, the young blonde wonders why she would go so far for the sake of an unloved man. Moreover, Regina sometimes behaves strangely, especially at times when he least expects it. As if hearing his thoughts, the girl suddenly asks if the young man will allow her to buy him a new outfit. Such a proposal is not only confusing, but leaves you in a state of shock and makes you shudder in fear like a child. But here they are sitting on a comfortable sofa waiting for tea. In front of someone they are waiting for to change clothes. And the agony of choice. The princess, without any modesty, asks to bring all the best and most special things for the man she loves. Aaron tries to resist. Regina asks to accept the gift, and at that moment the salesman is shocked by the beauty of the Duke's youngest son. And now, the first outfit, where the young man wears a suit with incredibly beautiful embroidery. That is repeated on the belt. And then he is dressed in red, which suits the blonde well, black fur, gold details. Gloves and glasses. The next image is no less beautiful, because Sir Aaron has a corset around his waist. And his shirt is almost transparent. The salesman and the princess, completely delighted, exclaim with a sigh that this is the best moment of their lives. While the salesman tries to get the young blonde to wear a dress, Her Majesty decides that, since she needs to keep demonstrating her love for him, she is willing to spend a fortune on it. But after what seemed like an eternity to Aaron, they left the clothing boutique. Regina informs Theodore and Johann, who are staring at them, that she will go for a walk with Bistane, and that for now they should wait for them in the carriage. When the knight is given everything the princess bought, he says it seems too expensive to give as a gift. But there is a counter-argument from Her Highness, who says that tyrants who ruin their country do not spend money on their lovers. We only find out that Regina acquired such knowledge after reading some novels in the Empire's library. Remembering this, the girl leaves thinking about the puppies she took. Looking at Her Highness, Aaron also remembers the small animals that Regina protected. She shares the story that they told her the breed is called wolfhounds, and when she returned home with them. Thera burst into her room because of the buried dog holes. And Sir Lady, who entered with him, noticed the puppies. It was he who told her that witches once drove this breed to extinction. This was a shock, knowledge for Regina and the existence of this breed for the knight. It was he who said that the main ingredient in witch potions is the fresh blood of an adult wolfhound. When asked how he knew this, the boy replied that his father had explored this area once. Only then did Thier stand up, mocking the fact that Count Terran not only explored them, but went crazy over them. Furthermore, Her Highness reports that it turned out the puppies were brother and sister. She named the girl Riga and the boy Rian. Aaron praises this choice of nicknames. At the same time, Regina noticed a curious fact. Rian does not like being affectionate. He doesn't want to at all. But Riga constantly crawls towards her, begging with all her might for attention. Suddenly, in a different, less carefree tone, the girl suddenly calls his attention. She asks Bastine if he also noticed something tense now, and he confirms it. The couple turns around sharply and sees their pursuers. Her Highness notes that this is true to his soul. In front of them is a small group of clearly hostile men whose faces are hidden by masks. Regina quickly draws her cane, while Aaron draws his sword from its scabbard. The girl laughs at the audacity of the attack in the capital. They do not answer her, but looking at the tense gazes of the armed men in front of her. The girl thinks Herman sent them. Judging by the way the eldest among them frowns in response, it can be concluded that they are angry. But it doesn't even occur to the protagonist to be shy. She is amused by being able to test her cane. Taking a stance, Regina asks Aaron how he feels, because the student will participate in a real fight. I recall that before it was impossible to remove the spell from the murderer. For that, he had to be left alive. The princess no longer wants to despair when she is left completely alone and all her loved ones have died. Now everything is different. With the power of knowledge, she protects important people with the forces of the imperial family. And those she tried to protect all this time are in excellent condition. The main thing is that it stays this way. That is what is important to her. Therefore, now the princess throws herself with such passion and courage at one of the bandits. After all, according to her, it seems the time has come to open the way to a better future. Vestine almost hides his voice as he shouts Princess Regina. It seems he is losing his usual calm now. However, Her Highness doesn't seem to hear the appeal to herself and skillfully takes the weapon from the attacker's hands. And then, with such grace, almost fluttering, she lands as hard as she can on her sharp heel. The bandit can be heard screaming from the pain he is experiencing at this moment. He clearly loses concentration. It was at that moment that he was hit in the face with a cane. The girl swung from bottom to top. That's it, this one is clearly knocked out and has no plans to get up and continue the fight with her. But this is not enough. Regina takes the bat and aims at another bandit. The one who seemed angriest and healthiest is the one Her Highness chooses next, looking him in the eyes. She realizes that he doesn't seem to be under the spell of influence. Without losing a minute, the princess launches a lightning attack towards him with a roar. The man blocks the blow and mockingly comments that Her Highness knows more than he thought. In response to this, Regina is in no hurry to enter into a verbal dispute. No, she declares that she will finish him off right there. But the bandit only mocks her, saying such cruel words with such a beautiful face. Pushing the girl aside, he continues mocking that she doesn't want to get more information from him. Breathing heavily and gathering strength, Her Highness lets out a huff of displeasure. And then she shouts how he dared to speak to the princess with such arrogance. This leaves the bandit in a stupor. He barely manages to dodge the next attack in his direction. But Regina does not stop the attack, does not allow him to regain consciousness, and attacks again. Looking belligerent. And the next moment, she hits him hard with a cane right in the solar plexus, making him gasp painfully. Standing next to the defeated big man, the girl herself mocks him and tells him she will interrogate him later. She is so angry now, shouting why, what is the reason for what is happening? Regina is perplexed because they cannot leave her loved ones and herself in peace. Just when she could finally bring these people back to herself. And she is happy about it. It seems these questions torment the girl constantly. Now is the time to throw them into nothingness, essentially. The man replies that he does not know the answers to her questions, he only follows the master's orders. At that moment, Aaron calls the princess, but he does not have time to stop the execution. However, the next moment he grabs her tighter than he should and asks if she is okay. But it seems the attempt of another person to calm the blonde does not work. The young man complains that he should have run away and not entered the battle. Bistain seems incredibly excited about what happened and now grips her hand tightly. But Regina does not respond, does not shout or argue. She only thinks that the maid will scold her for ruining her outfit. She calmly says that Sir Aaron is too nervous, but the boy shouts her name again. The girl replies that she simply did what she could, but the boy argues, because murder is not a trifling matter. It seems the young man was too worried, but they warn him that he does not know the princess at all. And then he adds that he is not going to say goodbye to life, and if so, then he would like to leave. Such an answer, and an attempt to close the question, leave the Duke's son at a dead end. He doesn't even find an immediate answer. Aaron asks her to promise him never to expose herself to the enemy again, but the girl, gently touching his cheek, tells him she cannot promise such a thing. After all, because she belonged to the imperial family, she often hid behind other people's shields. It's time to change that, to prove that she is with them. Without removing her hand, Her Majesty says that he is a sword, that he fights with others on the front line. The blonde is trying to appeal to reason. She doesn't have to do it, but the answer is denial. And the knights of the imperial family are running here. However, the face-to-face conversation is not over yet. Regina asks Aaron for another favor. Aaron is interested that, without looking the father in the eyes, the princess says that he is a valuable person, both to her and to the empire. And for this, her request becomes even stronger, causing the young man's heart rate to speed up. He does not know it, but only by fulfilling this favor, no one will be able to take away the peaceful sky over her head from the princess. Now we are in the palace prison. The prisoner is chained, and Regina asks not to kill him because they need information. Chief Physician Darian wonders if this has any relation to the unknown liquid they brought earlier. The girl replies evasively, giving recommendations to watch her students and report on their condition. Darian tries to find out where the liquid came into the princess's hands, but she just shrugs. Having said that it would be interesting to know where this finding came from, the girl immediately starts laughing. The chief physician, surprisingly serious and gray-haired, also echoes her with a rather cheerful laugh. But suddenly, the laughter ceases, and it seems the man was inspired by something in her smile. Yes, there is no doubt about it. This smile is very similar to the smile of Lady Sylvia, her mother. He immediately feels sick from the memories of how inappropriate and cruel the father treated his daughter. The girl looks at him, confused, and tries to get his attention by calling him by name. But Darian ignores this and says it's nothing and asks her to go with Selma, which she was already expecting. An angry maid seems much worse to the princess than the bandits in that alley. Meekly and quietly, she asks the reasons for Selma's smile, already fearful of the answer itself. Then a skirmish begins, from which Johan and one cling fearfully, like puppies, afraid of being attacked. It is surprising that such an angry princess has never noticed a maiden before. She must simply be furious. But then something happens that Regina did not expect, and which makes her look at her interlocutor in shock. Selma is crying, and so bitterly that she cannot say a word clearly. But it is clear that she was worried. Her Majesty sincerely apologizes and lets herself be hugged by the maid, feeling partly guilty. At the same time, Aaron cannot sleep in his chambers. Sleep does not come, too many things have happened. The young man argues that, although he can skillfully handle a sword, how can a princess, raised in a palace face, murder so calmly? And then I remember those words, that he is a valuable person to her and to the empire. She asked him to become stronger. That is what she asked of him as a favor. It's so confusing. What do they mean? Again and again, Sir Aaron repeats this moment, this memory in his head. He is trying to grasp the true meaning of the words Regina told him at that moment. Suddenly, his restless time is disturbed by a knock on the door. The sudden guest turns out to be Giles. He enters his brother's room and asks about the ambush. He wants to know the details. Aaron's answer seems to confirm his brother's assumptions that it was an attempt on the princess's life. The older one is indignant. Giles seems to be cursing someone in particular, but he also notices that his brother is somehow especially surprised. He says her name. The Duke's younger son looks up, looking quite exhausted. And suddenly, Giles asks him to tell him everything that is on his heart, saying that he is ready to listen. It seems Eren has something to say or ask, but the strong urge suddenly fades. But he still asks what it means if a person tells you to become stronger, because you are important and valuable. At first, the older brother is stunned, but then he decides to try to unravel the subtext and asks who said it, whether it was a man or a woman. Upon learning that it was a woman, Giles declares that this almost means a confession. But he speaks somewhat too confusingly for Eren. An attempt to ask again what they were talking about results in shock for the younger brother, because the older brother reports that this woman clearly loves him. With a smile, he continues to become even more confused, sinking into great panic. While Eren panics, Giles laments who the brave woman is who dared to admit this after the rumors about the princess. We are immersed in the younger brother's memories, where many people tried to become friends with him. And after communicating with them, their things disappeared. However, it seems the princess differs from the others simply by being close. This is an unknown display of intimacy, but if the contract was an excuse for intimacy, Eren believes he should stop it. For him, the young man saw the benefit of shielding himself from the attention of other people. But what happens might hurt Regina in the future. Giles is distracted from his thoughts and asks if he gave up that woman. But the younger brother says he didn't have time. Then, the elder adds that we must hurry to do this so as not to give unnecessary hope. While the idea that in such a situation hope is the most terrible thing still hammers in his head. Eren promises to fix it. Regina gently strokes her puppies, saying that without them she was so sad and lonely that one exclaims that she still had him. But the princess snorts offended and says she doesn't want to know anything about the traitor who abandoned her and ran away while Selma scolded her. The maid tries to apologize and gain attention, but the dogs understand before the girl mentions the information. It seems this is more interesting. The princess looks at an clearly interested one. Still offended, Regina says she will decide whether the information is useful after hearing it. And this seems funny. Soon the birthday of the interesting Duke's son approaches. But the thing is, there is a fan club of Sir Eren that celebrates his birthday. And from there, the information arises. Regina nods understandingly. The point is that it is clear how one got there, because she is the eldest daughter of Count Amar. Turning to the dog, the girl scratches her chin and thinks about what they usually give their lovers. Recalling that she recently gave Eren several outfits, she had to think carefully. Her Highness is overwhelmed by uncertainty about what can be done better than this. A question whether perhaps this information was already known, noticing the sadness, she only expresses her feelings about the gift. Already chilled by the assumption, the maid asks how much she spent on gifts for the Duke's son. Regina, remembering novels from the library, compares herself to a tyrant. She says there is as much money as petals not to fall into her lover's eyes, but in gold coins. And of course, the general answer is quite scary. She bought everything possible to make Eren. While one is horrified to imagine what will happen if Lady Scene finds out about this. The princess asks if the girl knew anything. The scum doesn't care about the consequences. She says it with such enthusiasm that the maid screams in indignation. And then we see a completely shattered emperor and a lady in front of him, sitting with an upright posture. Bernard asks her if she has heard that rumors have started spreading that the princess is in love with the second son of the Vestines. But when asked what his daughter was thinking about, Regina defiantly adds even more compromising details. The man calls the girl by her name, and she tells him she would like to say goodbye if there is nothing more to say. However, the father has no intention of letting the princess go so quickly and asks if she would be happy if he broke off her engagement with Sylvage. She is delighted by those words and confirms the emperor's assumption that his daughter will be very happy. Then, Bernard replies that he will allow her to do as she pleases, to end the engagement. but he will not allow her to marry Bistain. Such a strange decision bewilders Regina, who hurries to report, but in response hears that this is impossible. The reports that the imperial family must maintain a balance between those who are on the side of the aristocrats and those who are on the side of the high nobility. This could become a big problem for them. This surprises the girl. Where does so much confidence in the Sylvige family come from? She closed all the dog holes and doesn't hear this family's footsteps behind her back. After all, at this moment, the imperial family should be confronting them. They should be prepared for an uprising. Getting up, the girl declares that she will not harm the empire just out of hatred for his majesty. But Bernard announces his confidence in her, and his daughter insists on announcing the end of her engagement with Sylvige as soon as possible. And then, as etiquette demands, she bows respectfully and bids farewell to the emperor. Regina is surprised. The words about trust after what happened before, what she expected for such words. How many times before had the princess herself bowed to him and clamored for his cordiality? On the other hand, this probably happened at an earlier and more tender age. Feeling clearly confused, the girl decides to think harder about a gift for Aaron. Regina has already received a second round of moral lessons from Selma for spending too much money. Now you must think carefully what you can give the Duke's son. Selma has already taken away her savings. One could resort to the Emperor's treasury, but perhaps this would be a sign of disrespect to Sir Aaron himself. Frightened, one asks if the lady will ask him for help, which could turn into trouble. Regina asks the maid to get her a gift for which she won't have to go to the treasury. Knight Tiora overhears this. He puts leashes on the puppies and, looking cheerful, says he has an idea for a gift. They exchanged places. One looks after the dogs, and the knight clarifies the princess's feelings. With great self-confidence, the boy states that an excellent gift to express feelings would be one made with his own hands, saying with quite a bit of emotion that such a gift is quite romantic and more eloquent than others. The princess makes a joke, but says Jessie's idea is not bad, she liked it. At this moment, the main character joyfully says that it means a gift for Sir Aaron will be something he himself makes with his own hands. We can almost look out the princess's window. There are large crows sitting. It seems the process is in full swing. One job has already been completed. The second remains to be completed. After thinking for a bit, Regina decided to make a sword brush and is currently dedicated to embroidering a scarf. She wanted to make something grander, but one asked her to keep it small. First, the girl quickly took care of the dream brush, filling it with prayers and amulets. It is true that there are problems with the embroidery, namely, pricking her fingers. Yes, this is a problem. On the other hand, it was even more difficult to figure out how to combine in one drawing the imperial house coat of arms, the lion, the Vestine swords, and the Danilon flowers. One distracts her from the process, calls her to take a break from this, to take a break. The embroidery remains in place and waits for her return when she continues. Seeing what comes out, the maid cannot contain her joy and complains that it is impossible to use the same thing at all. And Regina replies that they need it so that no one dares to approach someone who is busy. And then the girl asks how the cake is made. The answer says that everything will be at a high level. A puppy distracts attention. This is Riga. She climbs up and asks for affection for herself. Carefully putting away the embroidery, the girl looks at the pet and worries that the animals, accustomed to hunting, they won't learn to distinguish bad things. At that moment, Rian looks at something and growls. The princess calls him and calls him. He doesn't leave his spot, but at the same time you can see how he wags his tail, which means he likes it. It turns out incredibly interesting how completely different the characters of these two dogs are. At that moment, the maid realizes that lately there have been too many crows. To Regina's delight, these birds don't stay on her window because Rian and Riga chase them away. Someone's voice is heard. It is a young prince. He demands to chase the crows away. Clearly, he doesn't like them. Her Majesty learns that something similar already happened recently, so she decides not to interfere. At that moment, another maid arrives, Selma, and enters in a completely silent manner somehow. The girl looks at her expectantly and then, unable to bear it, asks if today is quiet. And she hears confirmation. We are talking about an invitation to a vacation. This is strange because it is 2 weeks away, but there is still no invitation. The princess decides to ask the girls if Sir Aaron is doing this on purpose. The girls look confused and wonder what their master means. Regina reports that it is true that the Duke's son does not send the invitation with a specific purpose, perhaps following a feigned obsession. And moreover, Her Highness, who in this case can appear uninvited and cause a stir. This terrifies Selma. She asks in shock again and, receiving answers, also sighs in shock at the intention to confess. This is simply incredibly inappropriate behavior on the part of the Emperor's daughter. The reason why she reacted this way. While the girls discuss this situation, the puppies have already positioned themselves in front of the window opposite the crows. Only no one else notices that one of the crows has purple eyes. She listens to the conversation outside the window. Handing over to Selma into Johan's skillful hands, Regina asks her to go for a walk. She needs air. The knight immediately, happy and jubilant, announces that he will do so. It is clear how happy he is with the opportunity. And the princess herself returns to work, sits down to embroider, and continues with the work. The girl is really determined. She hopes to be on time. But what do we see? Some letter or message from an outside hand seems capable of solving many things. Seeing his nephew, Egil wonders if he hasn't sent him an invitation yet. The uncle points out that, whether he sends it or not, now in any case it will be awkward. The man finds it amusing to see that his nephew is clearly worried about the lady. Egil is saved from ridicule by the appearance of Giles, who says his father is waiting for his brother. Judging by the words of the Duke's eldest son, his father is clearly in a bad mood for some reason. Hearing this, the uncle hurries to hide from view, and Giles wonders if Aaron is interested in who recently confessed to him. These thoughts arose upon realizing that his brother was very nervous about sending the invitation. However, looking at the invitation, the young man torments himself thinking whether to send it or not to interfere with the plan. It just seems that Giles perceives this slightly differently, not like the youngest. The words about going crazy certainly do not improve the situation. Yes, the older one will be worried. At this moment in the princess's chambers, her hair is carefully styled. And she looks cheerful. The point is that even if it were the last day, Regina was still invited to the vacation. In her hands is the long-awaited invitation. The girl gives orders to start preparing the outfit. Her Majesty, by the way, did not expect to receive this invitation. She decided that Aaron was directing everything according to his plan. But suddenly, the day before her birthday, the invitation finally arrived. The girl looks at it once more and tries to understand what such a gesture means. The gaze in the reflection automatically shifts to the gift lying on the bed. The main character is thinking about when would be the best time to confess to the young man. By the way, the place must be appropriate. A greenhouse won't do. It is too far away. She needs an audience. Actually, thinking about the greenhouse, Regina cannot help but remember the moment when their faces were so close. The more Her Highness immerses herself in memory, the more visible the changes on her face become. Her face gets redder and redder, which does not escape the maid's notice. Of course, Selma decides that it is a fever and goes to call a doctor, but she is explained what is wrong with her. Having assured that everything is fine with her, to her shame, the princess realizes that the truth cannot be told at all. The girl decides to distract the servants, encourages everyone to focus on preparing her look. The way she reacted upon remembering the incident in the greenhouse was very confusing. We see a girl riding in a beautiful golden carriage. She feels excited. Excited. After all, usually Selma always accompanies her, but this time she is not, though. Surprisingly, the maid refused to accompany her, not wanting to see the first confession. But her faithful personal knight, who seems full of cordiality, Johan, travels with her. Her Highness turns to the young redhead, asks what she talked about with Selma. He replies that it is a secret. When she tries to threaten that he won't help, she immediately hears the knight's response that he has been ordered to challenge him if Sir Aaron rejects the girl. Does that make you laugh? The maid's experience is incredibly amusing. When asked if Selma really doesn't believe so much in Sir Aaron, Johan replies that it is about taking care of the princess. Regina tries to find out how things are between them. The knight reports that everything is still quiet. Her Highness watches her warrior with obvious delight. Be that as it may, Johan is one of the noblest knights who defended the princess to his last breath. She suggests that if he hadn't died, perhaps she wouldn't have had to end his life at that moment. And besides, they could only meet again thanks to that necklace. Speaking of the necklace, the princess studied many books in the library, but only found one line mentioning it. However, the initial plan is to resolve the issue of breaking the engagement first. And once the problem is solved, she will find more information about the necklace. But what distracts me from thinking about this is that the girl arrives at the designated place. Getting out of the carriage and accepting the offered hand, Her Highness notices the bustle. As expected, the guests are greeted by a servant who asks about the success of the trip and accompanies them to the house. When the princess appears inside, of course her arrival is announced in accordance with the rules. The footman loudly announces that the Princess of the Empire, Regina of Alper, has arrived for the vacation. She is now accompanied by her knight Johan, and they watch as the nobles bow respectfully. And now before them are the hosts of the house and the vacation, the three men. Wasting, a father and two sons. Regina inquires about the health of the Duchess's wife. He speaks normally and informs her that she is better. The medicine the princess gave her helped. And then the girl turns her gaze to the brothers. There is a short pause and silence. The knight hands over the box with the gift. The princess hands it to Aaron along with verbal congratulations. The box passes from thin female hands to male hands. The duke's youngest son reports that there was nothing to worry about. Only later, Regina unexpectedly adds that this is not enough to describe all her feelings. The young man seems embarrassed, but Regina, noticing that everyone is looking at her, offers to open it. Aaron does not argue in a state of confusion. He pulls the red ribbon. And what he sees upon opening the box plunges him into a kind of shock. The blonde seems confused. Inside the box, a sword brush and an embroidered scarf are aesthetically incredibly beautiful. Covering her face coquettishly with a fan, the princess adds that she made them herself. Hearing this, the guests are surprised. The emperor's own daughter made the gift with her own hands. And there are two more. Murmurs immediately arise among the guests. They talk about the gift, about the princess's love, and about the uninterrupted engagement with Herman. Everything goes according to Her Highness's plan. Gossip and arguments multiply because of such an act. However, seeing how the girls not so far away complain about a missed opportunity, the deal works in her favor. Covering herself with a fan and smiling, Regina believes that from now on no one will dare to cast an eye on her. Addressing Aaron, the princess once again congratulates the young man on his birthday. And he thanks her. And then, still in silent shock, he watches as Her Highness leaves him. Aaron remains standing holding the things they gave him in his hands, looking increasingly confused. And all because such a gift seems special to him, he examines it with a sigh. Regina looks at the guests and realizes that there are indeed many noble ladies gathered here. But the atmosphere sours when she is called, and Herman appears in front of her. Seeing him by hand, the princess comments that she didn't think he would come here. The duke's son replies that he came to congratulate him. A slight smile appears on his lips, and it seems he is about to add something the girl will not particularly like. And so it happens, moving a little closer to him. Silvash suddenly asks her for something. He asks for an audience, just to be given a little time. Regina is surprised. She did not expect this turn, and by the way, Aaron is still busy. He is still greeting the guests. He simply points out that if she refuses, Herman will not leave her alone. That is why she agrees if he takes a little time, without noticing how Silvash looks at someone. And he looks directly at Aaron, who turned out not to take his eyes off them. Herman allows himself a victorious smile in this silent and unspoken confrontation. Vestine can only watch this, but it seems his gaze lights up with fire. Now there are opportunities to appreciate the Vestine family garden. It is truly beautiful. Herman notes this out loud, and the princess insists that he get to the point quickly. For some reason, Silvech is amused by someone else's high heels and the hurry to get back to the gym. Suddenly, a young man realizes that crows do not fly at night. Next, Herman asks about the recent assassination attempt and says that he should have been warned. Officially, he is still her fiancé. This greatly enrages Regina because she believes he himself incited those assassins. With her arms crossed over her chest, the princess wonders if this is the only reason she was called here. When asked about his partner, Herman says that Anita is resting on the estate, and that this is not the main thing. Suddenly, the young man changes his face and asks a pointed question. Why has Her Majesty changed so much? Something is noticeably changing in their conversation. The girl senses obvious danger in this. In an attempt to maintain face, Regina says that she does not understand what this question is about. And she covers herself with a fan. But Herman looks her straight in the eye and repeats the question, saying he needs to know why those changes are happening to her. So, Her Highness decides to overcome and destroy Herman without being sure if they will believe her. She is not sure that he believes her, but while the message about the broken engagement is sent to the duchy, and the information about the rights to the sapphire mine, Silva decides to try. The young man asks her if she is really talking about love. The girl offers a shy excuse. And then she crosses her hands and begins her usual chatter about how much in love she is. She demonstrates her love with all her might, talks about fear, and tries to speak just like Anita. Standing half-turned, the girl plays her already learned role and talks about strong love. And then she realizes that tears are needed. She tries to think of something sad when her speech hints at non-reciprocity. Out of sadness, a younger brother comes to mind, the one from the past who was soon murdered. Then she manages to cry, thus nicely completing her image in the demonstration. Regina turns around and declares that despite this, she will keep trying and will not let down her beloved. While Her Highness adds that she hopes Aaron will deprive her of her head, Herman himself clarifies whether she has decided everything. The princess confirms and says that nothing can be done. You cannot order the heart. By the way, the main character adds that she is indifferent to the conviction, something Vadis also recently reported. Her Majesty continues portraying her incredible love and wants Silvach to experience similar feelings. And then she wonders if German is satisfied with such an answer, rejoicing over the ruined plans of others. But the young man surprisingly asks if everything was real and serious. He says he believed all this started only to break his engagement. Angry at German's quick wit, the girl hurries to dissuade such an assumption. If you didn't know who was in front of her, you might think the blue-haired duke's son would be saddened in the end. But Regina is not going to waste time on this and is in a hurry to say goodbye as soon as possible. However, Herman does not let her go. He says that before letting her go, he must say one important thing. And then he says he heard there are many crows around the palace. They circle and gather in flocks, flying at different times of the day. Regina reluctantly confirms when she sees one of the birds land on Silvage's hand. Looking closer at the crow, Her Highness notices that the bird's eye color is similar to Anita's eyes. And here the Duke's son's phrase is repeated, "Crows do not fly at night, Your Highness." He asks the girl to think about this and about what is currently in the imperial palace. Having said that, German passes by her and leaves her completely alone with her thoughts. Lost in thought, the princess tries to think about what is in the imperial palace. And when she suddenly realizes it, Her Highness hastily leaves the garden and strives to reach the exit. She meets Aaron, apologizes to him, asks him to explain to the Duke, and tells him she needs to leave urgently. The blonde doesn't even have time to say anything. He is completely shocked by such agility. And possibly something else. And now he sees how the princess hastily leaves him. The only thing he can do is take care of it. It seems the Duke's son had something to tell her, but the situation turned out differently. The carriage rushes at full speed towards the palace, while Regina thinks that, according to Herman, crows do not fly at night. Furthermore, the obvious fear is fueled by the crow's eye color, like that of the occultist herself. Suddenly, Johan, who is nearby on horseback, shouts and says she must see something. The knight and the princess look ahead and see that the sky above the palace is literally black with crows that have flown here. Beside herself with horror, the girl says they must speed up. They urgently need to get to the palace. Clearly, these are not ordinary crows. They move too synchronously. It is surprising why Herman told her this. It's strange, it sounds like he was trying to help her. However, it's strange, but they drive to the palace. And there is an invasion of birds that break glass, fly in, and terrorize everyone. They attack. Servants cry for help and shout. There are people croaking and screaming everywhere. It seems like some kind of nightmare. The knight tries to stop the princess, saying there is danger for her further ahead. But Her Highness doesn't listen, but runs towards the palace full of determination. But also fear. Only now does the girl understand why all this is happening. They want to get rid of the witness, the captured bandit. Suddenly, someone's strong but careful grip stops her and prevents her from moving forward. Johan tries to stop the princess because it is dangerous here, but Regina demands to step aside. This is an order. It was at that moment that the princess was informed that the prisoner in the dungeon was dead. This news disheartens her. This is a successful move by the enemies. She didn't have time. Johan sends the guards, talks about the importance of the princess's safety, and gives orders. At this moment, Regina is already in her chambers, with her maids Yuna and Selma by her side. If the younger Yuna asks the lady what is happening, the older one tries to calm her. But the princess is incredibly angry and upset. The crow incursion and the hostage's death are to blame. Perhaps there would have been no death if she had understood earlier the meaning of the phrase that crows do not fly at night. And now, what happened has happened, and this time cannot be turned back. It's depressing. When she approaches the window and opens the curtains, a terrible sight opens up. They cover her eyes. They also ask you not to look because there are dead birds and blood everywhere. A terrifying sight. When Selma takes care of closing the window and preventing her from seeing, Regina reveals that she needs to see Thear. In response to others' warnings, Her Majesty demands that the soldiers be told that she must ensure her brother's safety. And no one dares to refuse her. She is too serious. They accompany her to the prince's chambers. She sees Thear sitting, hidden under a blanket, with tears running down his chubby cheeks. Regina approaches, sits next to him, and asks how he is and where his knight Jesse is. Looking incredibly calm and confident, the girl defiantly places the bear in front of him. Reaching out, she gently touches Thear's hair, strokes him, and calms him down, telling him that no one in the palace will harm him. She notices the child's bright fear, but continues by saying that she has an older sister. To which Thear, apparently frightened, jumps up and starts shouting at her, telling her that she herself is scaring him. And he is not scared at all. In response, in a threatening tone, Regina withdraws her bravado and says she can use a chair instead of a cane. In a trembling voice, the prince tries to argue with her, talks about threats. A commotion and a quarrel ensue. Thear tries to escape, and the maids laugh at this scene. The princess is caught squeezing her brother's cheeks when she is informed that the garden cleanup is complete. Dressed in a more militant outfit, Her Highness finally goes out to get information. Knights Jess and Johan greet their mistress softly and synchronously, as they should. The girl asks if they managed to find out anything valuable from the prisoner before his death. But they say no. Moreover, the eyes were clouded. The whole situation angers the main character, even though the prisoner was not part of the plan. While Her Highness is furious about the whole situation and her apparent loss, Sergei suddenly laments that it doesn't look like a witch's spell. This interests the girl. She turns to him, although by habit she calls him lady. When asked, the young man replies that his father told him that crows flying at night are witch minions. Regina again returns to those words about crows flying at night. It becomes creepy. But there seems to be insufficient information. The girl asks him what he said about Riga and Rion when they appeared. Jesse reports that he knows witches are a long-extinct race associated with occultists. The young man is greatly surprised whether the current events can be related to the vanished witches. Her Majesty believes that this cannot be overlooked and asks to speak with the knight's father. Jesse complains that this is not possible because his father has gone somewhere again. At that moment, Regina remembers that Count Tarahan is known for his thirst for travel. The princess tries to find out when the Count might return, but Jesse simply shrugs. The son himself is interested, but since the previous trip was short, he probably won't be back soon. A couple of days later, we see Regina sitting drinking tea in her room. Everything is quite calm. Of course, this invasion of crows was discussed, but fortunately, the news about the broken engagement blocked everything. She remembers that active preparations for her birthday are about to begin. She hopes that this time, everything will go smoothly. By the way, the exquisite and beautiful outfit is already ready. This dress will definitely cause a sensation. And then, getting up, the princess asks if Aaron received any gift from her. The maid enters into a debate about the brooch the Duke gave his son. But as always, Regina has an answer. Her Majesty talks about the rules of the scoundrel, and the woman tries to appeal to the mistress's logic when choosing a gift. The presented brooch has precious stones of violet tone, a color inherited from the imperial family. According to Her Majesty's logic, such a gift is logical for a scoundrel who has gone mad with love. Regina clarifies the preparations. Everything must turn out exactly as she planned, with acknowledgement. The news about the broken engagement most opportunely combines with confessions and crazy feelings. Already leaving the room, the girl reports that everything is fine as long as it benefits her. At this moment, the unfortunate Aaron is tormented by heavy thoughts that up until this moment everything was just a simulation. Only later does he doubt what Regina really feels for him. And all because the young man overheard part of the conversation between Herman and the princess. It seems that Her Highness's words about non-reciprocity and feelings were very sincere. The man fears that all this is real. It seemed too true to him. Recalling again and again, the blonde thinks about that same expression on the girl's face. This is what leads to the conclusion that the girl definitely feels something for her. Without a doubt. Looking at the sent gift, he thinks he cannot accept them because he has decided that he will accept a fate similar to his uncle's. The Duke's son decided to go to the border and dedicate his life to service. I remember my brother's words that no matter how much he rejected her, it would still be difficult to live in the capital. So the younger brother says that as soon as he realizes it, he will go to the border. Aaron decides to let the girl know that he cannot accept her feelings, no matter how difficult it is. Regina, preparing for the reception, learns that there is someone who craves an audience with her. The Emperor's servant reports that His Majesty insists on his daughter's presence. Absolutely shamelessly, the princess says that if he needs it, let the Emperor come himself. She is busy. But it is all due to Bernard's order, who demanded that the festivity be grand. The girl was completely immersed in the hustle, checking the guest list during dinner, and confirming their arrival while putting on makeup. It seems the Emperor's servant is annoyed. He doesn't know how to convey this to his master. All this bustle is simply unsettling. It seems the princess is terribly exhausted. By the way, she is in charge of preparing her father's vacation, which will take place in winter. It's just that Regina thinks that a true scoundrel shouldn't be too responsible for something like this. And now, finally, the long-awaited evening arrives. Today is a holiday in honor of the princess's birthday. The guests have already arrived. The princess and the emperor are already on their way to receive them. Turning around, the father is going to compliment her beautiful outfit or ask her something. But it doesn't work. The daughter turns indignantly to Thear. The girl scolds her brother for his crooked tie and immediately corrects it. Suddenly, Bernard feels a strong and obvious estrangement from his children, and it hurts him. The servant, who is ready to report to the emperor, unintentionally becomes a witness to this scene. Finally, the imperial family goes out onto the balcony to receive the guests, and a footman majestically announces their arrival. The guests pay their respects to the royalty, while the emperor and the family watch. Meanwhile, the exquisite decoration of today's festivity can be noted: golds and flowers everywhere. On the tables, there are large chocolate fountains. The tables are laden with all sorts of delicious snacks. But the golden, chocolate fountain seems to have been removed from the list by the princess. She believes this is the work of the emperor himself, who, sensing her gaze, turns to her. At the same time, the prince was already looking down, noticing only the chocolate fountain. But the sister draws Thier's attention, warns him that today is an important day for her. And if he allows it, then he will be very angry, as if making it clear what will happen next in this case. The prince ignores him, saying that he understands everything. They just have to wait for his father's speech to end. And the emperor gives his speech, where he thanks everyone for honoring this evening with the presence of his beloved daughter at the festivity. The crowd suddenly fell silent and looked at him, clearly surprised by such words. And then he adds that he hopes they enjoy the day when his adorable daughter appeared. The nobles whisper, trying to understand if his words are sarcasm, and since when the princess became his favorite. Regina freezes in place, literally turning to stone because of this, as she couldn't expect something like this. She didn't expect the emperor to say such nonsense in front of the guests. This interferes with her plans because the most discussed topic should be the princess's confession. Everything was going so well, and now the emperor decides to disrupt all calculated moves with such a speech. The emperor notices his daughter's look and wonders what is wrong with her speech. He complains that it is a repulsive and pathetic reminder of a conversation with the chief physician, who said that the emperor would regret it. Then Darian told him to think about how to improve the relationship with his daughter, and judging by the angry look, it seems he has already lost his daughter. This explains the reaction. Regina turns to him. The father asks what's wrong, scared that his daughter is so angry. Then the girl, with a smile, offers to stop talking nonsense and return home as soon as possible. Quickly turning the attention back to herself, Her Highness offers to enjoy the banquet and signals the musicians. Immediately, a beautiful piano performance begins. The silence that recently reigned disappears. With musical accompaniment, the evening once again feels more like a party. The nobles communicate with each other, but the prince and the emperor remain standing on the balcony. Theodore observes the strange expression on his father's face. And finally, the princess descends from the balcony into the hall, where she meets Aaron in front of everyone. The duke's son gives his partner his hand and can appreciate how especially beautiful Regina looks in this dress. While the blonde appraises himself, the girl, on the contrary, loudly expresses how handsome he is. Finally, the couple heads to the center of the room to dance. The audience separates. Everyone watches what happens. Her Highness realizes that the young man is particularly self-conscious and asks what is bothering him. She compares Sir Aaron's expression to that of an afflicted emperor alone on a balcony. Then the girl continues, asking if she can give him some time after the ball. And the young blonde says that he was going to ask the same thing. Regina admires him. She thinks he is handsome even when he is clearly thinking deeply. Believing it is about worries over his contract, Her Highness asks him to endure what comes next. Seeing her brother, the girl complains that she doesn't have Lady Greta today and offers to dance with him. The older sister, very frighteningly, warns her brother that she is not thinking about drinking today. The prince, with an angry and gloomy appearance, heads towards the chocolate fountain. Then the girl notices that her father, peeking around the corner, clearly demands attention. And sorry. But the girl turns her back to him indifferently, which seems to break the man's heart. Suddenly, the girl's path is blocked by Anita, who congratulates the princess on her 16th birthday. And then she shows them a certain box, hoping they will accept a modest gift from her. Regina blames etiquette. Gifts should be delivered through servants, but Vadis reports that this gift is special. Luck would have it that the nearby crowd became interested in the situation and looked directly at them. This is embarrassing, and won't allow them to dismiss the blonde so easily. She has to accept the gift, then asks if she can open it and receives the answer she wants. Without expecting to see anything of value, Her Highness opens the pink box. And it seems she definitely didn't expect to receive such a gift from the occultist. On a velvet pillow is a pendant, the very pendant that granted her wish. At that moment, Anita congratulates the princess again on the holiday, smiling apparently meekly. And then she adds that she made this pendant herself. Regina asks again with her own hands. The witch confirms. Does she think the princess has already received many precious gifts? How terrifying is the fact that the occultist gave a necklace so similar to the relic of the first emperor. Closing the box, Her Highness thanks her for the gift and thinks it is not a coincidence. It's just that the princess seems reserved and sweet, asking about the exquisite pattern. The occultist declares that there is nothing special about it. It came to her mind during the creation process. The main character hands the box to the servant and asks him to take the gift to her chambers. And then Regina asks where Herman is and why he is not accompanying Bitus to the holiday. Then the blonde says she is feeling a little unwell now, which makes the girl tremble. This look, the fact that Sylvage hasn't come to the holiday today, somehow worries the princess greatly. Of course, Anita pretends to be a fool and says she doesn't know what exactly is in there. But Her Highness is not fooled. And then, Regina asks about the Duke himself, to which Bites informs her that his health has suddenly deteriorated, and that he is with the Duchess at a country house. Hearing this, there are reasons to be suspicious, because before the princess was reborn, everything was different. Before the Duke and his son rebelled and attacked the castle during Thera's coronation, the Duchess suffered from a mental illness and committed suicide the day Herman came of age. It's just that now the Duke's condition had worsened. This was extremely alarming. While Anita says goodbye to her, the princess thinks about what is happening now in the Duchy of Sylvage. This really worries the girl, but she tries to compose herself and focus on other things that are under her control. Among the guests, Her Highness finally finds the one she planned to talk to after the ball. Sir Aaron, feeling her gaze, raises his. It is a pity that the girl does not know how embarrassed he is by this. The Duke's son moves towards her. As the princess gracefully walks towards him, the audience is distracted from their conversations. In front of all the guests, Regina asks to take a moment as she plans to make a false declaration of love. And now, finally, they are in the scenery the girl dreamed of, and she believes the Duke's son understood exactly what would happen next. The time has come to carry out your plan, to do what you planned while all the noble members spy on them. Thank you for your time. Regina reports that it is time to begin. Literally behind them, people look through the large window and want to listen. Her Highness gathers strength, even if these are not real feelings, but this will clearly require strength. But suddenly, Aaron asks to be excused and let him start speaking first. Of course, this goes against the plan, but Regina believes it is something like improvisation. If she knew why the Duke's son was gathering strength now, she wouldn't be so calm. The blonde feels guilty for what he is about to do and seeks reasons for it. After all, he often rejected girls before. What's different now, maybe? It's just that they spent so much time together. Although it might also be how great the princess's despair was, it's hard to ignore. But maybe it's about something completely different. If perhaps so, the young man finally looks up. He sees Regina in front of him and thinks the point is how wonderful the girl is. And now, having gathered strength, he asks for her forgiveness, which confuses Her Highness. Speaking pompously, the young nobleman, to put it bluntly, takes away her hope and dismisses her. The princess tries to stop him and asks if he believes her feelings are sincere. But nevertheless, Aaron continues complaining that his selfish passion will only bring trouble to Her Majesty. She says she cannot accept his feelings, while the guests listen to everything. The princess tries to convey to him that her feelings are not sincere, but the blonde believes she is trying to trick him. Like clockwork, Aaron repeats again and again that he does not love her, and he does not hear what the girl says that she doesn't love him either. And the whole reason is the older brother's idiot, who completely confused the younger one. desperate to prove to the Duke's son the sincerity of her lack of feelings. And in shock from the situation, the girl asks to fix it, but the young man runs away. Yes, he literally runs away, opens the door, and runs away as fast as he can, leaving the princess alone on the balcony. I have to explain how surprised Regina is now. I hope not. It is noticeable from the expression on her face. Thea, who arrived here, points his finger at her and asks, rather inappropriately, if they have switched her off now. Experiencing an incredible degree of indignation, despair, disappointment, and shock, the girl cannot hold back tears. A little later, we see Jess opening the door, looking for his brother and calling him. He is in slow fencing attempts. Then the older brother shouts that the rumors that he abandoned the princess have spread throughout the continent. How could he publicly dismiss the girl? Aaron reveals that he didn't know they were being watched. He thought they were alone. But the uncle is amused, laughs at the situation, and his nephews are clearly not worried. Instead of discussing what happened, the uncle and younger nephew decide to train together. During the fight, the man asks why Aaron rejected the girl yesterday. In response, he hears that his nephew believed it would be better this way, before falling too much in love. He claims that the attraction was only on his side. The governor sarcastically asks his nephew if he really dislikes her so much that he did this. At this moment, the young man is simply making a dangerous lunge, aiming for the older man's neck. But the man's sword skillfully stops the attack. And Aaron shouts the phrase that he treats the princess well, only that he feels nothing for her. The attack again. The forces are almost equal, the screech of metal swords clashing in a strong rush. Suddenly, one of the swords was knocked down and flying out of the owner's hands, spinning several times, and flies aside. The uncle says that, no matter what, the Bastines must apologize. The elder heir complains that he should. Moreover, the older brother realizes that Aaron needs to prepare to travel abroad with his uncle, and then adds, disgruntled, that he will have to sort out the rest. Ejil sarcastically asks his nephew if he will regret rejecting the princess of his empire. To Aaron's bewilderment, he explains that no matter what, Regina represents the best qualities of the nobility. And it is not so easy to find such a girl. Therefore, he again asks if the nephew will regret such an act in the future. It seems it is not easy for the Duke's son Bastien to answer that question. He thinks about it, but then he stubbornly replies that the day will never come when he regrets it. Meanwhile, throughout the empire, people discuss the fact that Aaron rejected and abandoned the princess. They say that he was probably tempted by the beauty of her face, and in general, beauty is apparently not the main thing for him. The palace maids cry and complain that the princess has not left her chambers for 4 days and has not eaten. As for Regina, she hid under the blanket of her bed in the darkness of the room. Shedding tears, the main character wonders how Aaron did not believe that she did not love him. And such a misunderstanding arose. The girl cannot close her eyes, even if she wants to. His beautiful face constantly appears before her eyes. Regina is almost beside herself over the fact that she was rejected by someone for whom she essentially felt nothing. How is this possible? But after a flash of rage, apathy returns, and she crawls under the protection of the blanket as if crawling into a hole. In general, the situation is offensive and painful, but the main character understands that she needs to recover and figure out what to do next. Now we see Regina sitting at the table, and in front of her are the maids and the loyal knight. When asked about the rumors, the main character is told that she ran after Aaron, and he abandoned her. There is an oppressive silence. The tension is colossal. The servants are afraid to add another word. Breaking the silence, Regina asks about Aaron himself, and Johan reports that he is preparing to leave abroad. Then follows a question about Herman Silvach, and the knight replies that there is no news about him. The questions don't end there. The girl also asks about her younger brother, according to the young man. Thea committed a pogrom in the church. But that's not all. In addition to this, the prince dared to sneak out of the palace. It didn't end very well. He returned drunk to everyone's surprise, but today he is calmer, probably due to the hangover. But one takes the initiative and asks her mistress if she would like to hear about his majesty. With incredible surprise, the princess learns that the emperor is writing a complaint against the Westines. The reason for this is that Bernard wants them to be held responsible for the nuisance and the scandal caused, to which Regina asks for this to cease. The request is quite difficult, given the complex nature of the emperor, one. And Johann exchange glances. To herself, the protagonist believes that rumors cannot be avoided because she herself prepared such a place so that everything could be heard and seen. But she still felt offended by this situation. And even Thera stabbed her in the heart with his words. Well, Aaron leaves for abroad later due to his agreement, just as the girl planned. But what about Sylvage? It is not clear why they did not act when they were given the opportunity to do so. She remembers the gift, a necklace that Anita gave her on her birthday. It's about the decoration that the princess asks one for because she asked to take it to her chambers. This question bewilders the maid. She tries to remember the gift and what happened. And then she adds that none of the servants came, so her highness is cold with fear from what was said. Excitement is noticeable in her voice. She orders Johann to go with the servants and find out everything. Due to these circumstances, the main character has a palpable sense of foreboding that cannot be easily relieved. She could not find any useful information about the necklace in the library, but she had a feeling that something was hidden in it. Soon Johann returns, guides the girls, and informs them that he has brought the one she was looking for. The girl trembles, wrings her hands, and turns pale with fear before the emperor's daughter. Regina asks if she understands why they were called, and the servant falls to his knees begging for mercy. The girl relates that her interest made her open the box. Only in the next moment did black smoke come out of the box, which left me in a stupor. And then, according to the maid, the contents of the box disappeared when she came to her senses. Regina then asks the girl what made her stay in the palace after committing such a bold act. Then the maid, falling to her knees and crying, reports that it was very difficult for her to get this job. But she also adds that she didn't think that after the princess was so cruelly abandoned, she would look for a gift among others. She expected that they would forget about him. The main character asks her knight what punishment is promised to someone who invades the property of the imperial family. And he replies that either all their property is taken away and they are sent to a servant's home, or both their hands are cut off. The girl, horrified, throws herself at the princess's feet screaming that she only wanted to look at the gift once. Regina's face doesn't change. She looks at her calmly and with complete impartiality. And she says that the punishment will be the dirtiest work until she forgives the offender. When the girl is taken away, she shouts words of thanks to her lover without believing in such mercy. There is a blessed silence when the doors finally close behind her. And the night. We see the grandeur of the palace in the sun's rays. Incredible beauty from a bird's eye view. On the balcony, contemplating this splendor, a blond man stands completely alone. Now he remembers the beautiful eyes of the imperial daughter, full of surprise and tears. And then he recalls an oath that the day will never come when he regrets his choice. Well, it seems it was more big talk than actual reality. Because the blonde scarlet eyes are filled with sadness and melancholy. It seems something is gnawing at him. It is likely guilt towards her highness or some other feeling. The main character smiles brightly and cheerfully, conveying how the training refreshes her head. But it seems her maid is not very happy with this behavior, too bold for a princess. It seems Thea's punishment was extremely severe. It scared not only him, but also his fiancé and his servants. However, Regina doesn't care. She stretches contentedly, realizing that her brother will be a good boy, and she will be able to put her thoughts in order. In general, however unpleasant it may be, it is beneficial to take advantage of the rumors that have spread. She cannot hide that the servants talk among themselves about what happened and pity her. However, the girl is not discouraged, but from now on she admits that she is a scoundrel who suffers from unrequited love. And in general, her plan is to destroy everything she doesn't like in general. Lady Scene hears from Regina that falling in love makes a girl stronger, but unrequited love can make her torn apart. And throw herself. A question is asked of Johan when Sir Aaron leaves, and the answer is that it is already tomorrow. The princess drinks tea and reasons that if the Vestines lose some of their power, then. And she adds that, in this case, Sylvie G too, because the balance of power must be maintained. After all, this is precisely what worries her father, the emperor. And this clearly benefits her plans. And then, she remembers that the time is approaching when they exchanged forces with other nations for unity. The main obligation is the exchange between noble families. We are talking about younger sons. In general, Hermann fits into this category, and furthermore, it is unsettling that he is the Duke's only son, and that they are the same age. But she immediately realizes that he is excellent at making the impossible possible. The maids, shedding tears, notice that the message and the appointment are excellent, although without the addition of something vile. However, the main character has a different opinion and is willing to endure the rumors. And the situation for a good end. Nothing can compare to the fall of the empire and the death of her younger brother. Now, Regina is already thinking out loud what reason she could find to send Hermann. And now we see a beautiful golden carriage driving through the forest, driven by a red-haired knight. And inside this very carriage is the young prince of the empire, not very happy with the trip. Saying goodbye to him, Regina, surrounded by servants, noticed that she absolutely had to do one thing in her head. When asked what, the sister replies that she must not hold back if something is not to her liking. And in general, it doesn't matter how far he goes, because Thier is not one to think about the consequences. When asked if they don't usually ask him to be exemplary, the sister replies that he doesn't obey yet. The prince does not give up, throws new questions about whether the older one really wants him to cause riots. But the main warnings are to study diligently and return immediately if the grades worsen. Faced with the frightened mention of his father, the sister comments that she doesn't care about the emperor's threats. And even though she smiles, Thier understands that she really doesn't care about the emperor. She doesn't care, she really does what she wants. What she wants, he sees that she seems to have pressure even on her father. After all, his sister even managed to send the Duke of Sylve's son abroad. Thier doesn't realize this, because he doesn't understand that it was Bastane who abandoned him. Not Sylve's, so why is he taking revenge on Hermann? Brother. Meanwhile, Regina continues with her instructions, drawing attention and distracting her from her thoughts. She demands that her brother not let anyone raise a hand to him and not become an errand boy. This surprises the boy, who asks with disgust what she is talking about. But the princess explains that countless academy students will want his favor. And his money. She wants him to be strong. The younger one replies that his father ordered him to be polite to those who will be important in the empire. But the girl asks if it is necessary to be polite to those who will serve him. In her opinion, until he gets something in return, there is no need to show cordiality. She touches the crown of her head, strokes it gently, embarrassing her brother, and tells him about her desire to be generous. According to the princess, you should think twice before being generous, considering the events prior to her return. Thier, confused, asks his sister what will happen if he becomes a 6. And to this, the main character replies that if this happens, then the first thing she will do is finish him off. These words clearly impress the younger one, who is in a stupor, but Regina simply doesn't want history to repeat itself. Now that the moment is approaching, the prince gets up and takes his place in the carriage. The door closes behind him, but looking out the window, the sister reports that a gift awaits the boy at the academy upon arrival. As Thier travels in the carriage, he thinks about what kind of gift his sister has prepared for him. He has no idea what awaits him, considering how much his sister has changed lately. The assumption that perhaps this is how she will monitor him appears in his thoughts. And so, soon the carriage reaches the right place, the speed decreases and finally stops. The carriage stops at the gates of the academy where the prince was headed. It's time to get off. His knight, Serges, hands him the package and says this is the gift Regina prepared. Thier murmurs, dissatisfied with the fact that since he had it the whole time, he didn't return it. But that was the princess's will. The prince impatiently unwraps the gift she gave him. The red-haired knight looks on in shock when he sees what the princess gave him. The box is elegantly wrapped with a personalized and customized staff for Thier, and it is engraved with his name. Smiling, the boy understands why his sister said he would immediately understand how to use it. He immediately starts brandishing his club, but the knight declares that there was a message along with the gift. Thier turns around to hear what message was conveyed with the gift, and this is a proposal to name the staff. And moreover, it is cozy to have a lot of fun. It seems Regina's imagination is tireless. Jess tries to argue and asks if the prince will take this gift to the academy. But the mischievous boy replies that he cannot refuse his sister's gift. And now, finally, the academy gates open to the newcomers. Thier finally declares that, in a year, he will become the master of this academy. The knight takes his things and sighs. We are transported to the eastern borders of the Helia's empire, high stone walls, and gates that are now open. And we hear a voice saying to meet Aaron Bastine, commander of the 1st Battalion. Aaron walks slowly forward, looking somewhat gloomy and thoughtful. Suddenly, something, perhaps a premonition, makes him turn his head, look up. At noon, the sun shines brightly, which seems to blind and burn with its light. He is distracted by the sound of another person's voice, saying he is looking at the sky again. This is the commander of the 1st Battalion, Martin Andridge, congratulating Aaron on surviving another day. Aaron sighs and tells his colleague that he should train more, otherwise he would lose an arm if it weren't for him. He says he would fight with one hand, he is too careless, and suggests relaxing. Bastine makes a gesture of dissatisfaction, and Martin wonders what kind of thoughts make him sigh so often. The answer is that the thoughts revolve around him, and Andridge declares that one cannot frown at such a pretty face. Also cheerful, the dark-haired man says that smiling makes him more attractive. Aaron recalls that Martin is the only one who remains unperturbed by his smile. And his beauty. The elder Westane tried to find out what his secret was, why he didn't succumb to the charms of beauty. He replied evasively that the whole reason was that he was not interested in beauty belonging to a man like him. Now, Aaron asks to stop talking about his face, but Martin argues that it is the truth. By the way, Andrich observes with such confidence that the Duke's son gets more distracted every time he sees the color violet. After all, Westine even managed to get distracted by the color of the enemy's flag during battle, and almost missed an arrow flying towards him. Then the assumption of a possible first love arises, and they also realize that he doesn't stare at the sunset for nothing, because the violet color is also there. And then he adds so directly, it's really about what Aaron thinks about Princess Regina. Of course, the blonde is not happy with this assumption. But Andrich continues directly, because this behavior started after his recent return. Aaron tries to reply, saying that Martin misunderstood everything, but they don't seem to believe him. The poor and embarrassed son of Duke Weston has questions arising as to why he rejected the one for whom he felt something. Because she broke off the engagement for him. The next suggestion is that maybe Aaron really wants to be like his uncle. It seems such a thought really surprises his comrade, and he covers his face with his palm. Aaron attacks Martin. He is not satisfied with the fact that Princess Regina and his uncle are mentioned so carelessly in conversation. But after such a desperate request to utter the name, Martin agrees to stop. It is true that the smile and sly look of another person indicate that this topic will not be abandoned just like that. Andrich asks to clarify if he correctly understands that, in reality, it is not about the princess. Faced with this question, Aaron freezes and looks incredibly embarrassed and cornered. Muttering in a low voice, the blonde says that he simply feels sorry for Regina. But this does not seem to convince his interlocutor much. A series of new questions remain unanswered. Turning away, the young blonde gets lost in his thoughts. After spending some time on the border, as expected, the rumors about what happened calm down. Not completely, because there are those who still talk about this, which is not surprising because we are talking about rejected feelings. And even about the princess herself. Eren naively believed that he could continue to behave as before, that he could forget about all the troubles. However, despite such plans and calculations, over time it became clear. The only reason Regina keeps appearing in his head is the brilliant and sweet image of Regina in one. In his opinion, it is just a matter of guilt. Yes, this is the conclusion Duke Weston's son came to. But Martin's counterargument to such words does not convince him. It is that if he felt guilty every time he rejected a woman, he would have become a monk long ago. In his opinion, he cannot think seriously now, and people like him will always regret it. To Andric's displeasure, Eren tries to avoid the conversation, as he does not want to continue it near other military personnel. Who, by the way, were trying to listen to something this whole time, being close to what Martin just realized. But it seems this does not bother the dark-haired man. He calmly clears his throat and smiles. And now the time has come to turn off the lights. Night has fallen, and everyone headed to their places to rest or to stand guard. But Eren cannot sleep. He tosses and turns in bed, unable to find peace for himself. Getting out of bed, the Duke's son thinks that maybe he can do his paperwork now. With this decision, he turns on the lamp and walks around his room, planning to get down to business. A young man sits at his desk and is ready to start working. Cheering up, he opens the first order and immediately tries to read the words. Only thoughts about something else. Thoughts about what Andrich was suggesting when he said it is not a matter of guilt at all. Eren thinks it's because of Regina that he forgets himself, looking at the violet sky that resembles the princess's eyes. He would really like to forget this girl with such sincerity and strength. But every day, the image of the Emperor's daughter became brighter and stronger in his memory. Every barely significant detail, the voice and facial expressions, the sound of laughter. Or the voice, everything that was witnessed. That is why the young blonde wonders, if it is not a matter of guilt, then what is it? With red cheeks, incredibly embarrassed, he tries to find an answer. Or rather, he tries to find the strength and courage to tell himself. Out of place, I also remember how Andrich said he would become a priest if he felt guilty every time he rejected girls. Recalling the past, Bistain cannot help but agree because there were many confessions about him. It's just that all those unfortunate girls, he confessed to the Duke's son with special sincerity. So why does Eren feel guilty directly towards the princess? Only towards her, or in reality, it is not about this implausible feeling of guilt, but about something else. Perhaps this is not a feeling of guilt at all, but something else that remains in his heart. But it remains to understand, realize, and admit what kind of feeling this is. It is not easy. Thinking about this, the Duke's son is worried whether he is ready or not to realize the truth. Discover what feeling makes you think of the princess again and again. However, it seems that our dear Eren could never understand what this feeling was. Unfortunately, 3 years have passed since this moment. We are transported back to the palace. It is interesting how the heroes have changed. At first, we see puppies that have clearly grown up. Now they are big dogs. And powerful ones who are now resting. And in the next moment, we already see someone's confident steps, but who is it? With perfectly polished shoes and long purple hair, it seems to be a girl we already know. Yes, it is Her Majesty Regina who is ready to leave. We clearly see her satisfied mood. Meanwhile, Eren and Martin are riding through the forest. Andrich is glad they took this particular path. It's quieter. The ash-haired man believes that the path through the forest is more suitable because of the Duke's son's beautiful face. And it's also a shortcut. Andrich asks if Eren heard him and if they said so, and he confirms with consent. While Martin tries to chat with the Duke's son as usual, the blonde himself looks nostalgically towards the palace that is now visible. Furthermore, the companion adds that he heard that rumors about that unpleasant incident are still circulating in the capital. As Martin continues the story, Eren himself only thinks about what the princess is doing right now. But suddenly, a sound distracts you from your thoughts and conversations. It seems the carriage next to you is about to overturn. we see an attempt to save the situation by the already familiar world of Jesse, who rushes forward. But all is in vain, and the carriage falls into the lake to the surprise of all witnesses of this scene. Without a second thought, the red-haired knight throws himself into the water, wanting to save his master. Martin is surprised by what he heard from Jesse and cannot believe that there could be someone from the imperial family in the carriage. Aaron directs the horse forward with a sharp lunge, wanting to help and save the real person. He stops his trot right on the shore. The horse neighs loudly, sensing its owner's emotions. Andrich tries to appeal to Commander Aaron, but he is unlikely to plan to listen to him. But in the next moment, to the surprise of the Duke's son himself, we see huge black dogs running towards the lake. One of them helps the knight stay afloat, and the second takes the opportunity to get inside the carriage. The young blonde freezes from a particularly exciting feeling of anticipation. A moment later, it turns out that it is all anticipation before the meeting, because afterwards he hears the princess's voice calling her brother. The young man turns his head. It seems he even held his breath, fearing he had only heard. But no, his eyes do not deceive him, of course not, and what he sees is very real, my dear viewers. If you liked this story, I will make a continuation for you very soon. Be sure to write to me about it in the comments.
Adios.